All right. Welcome back to the live show. It is 1:50 a.m. and of course today's date is the 24th of May 2026. How are you guys doing? All right. House Education and Workforce Committee holds markup hearing for pending legislation. And of course this legislation was for the man we all knew as Charlie Kirk as the House Committee hearing on Charlie Kirk Act. It was a debate by lawmakers in the House Committee on the Charlie Kirk Act. Okay, we're going to check this out, and here we go.
To consider 5 bills. The chair announces that requests for recorded votes may be postponed pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives and Committee Rule 14B. Without objection, the chair may recess the committee at any point. Good morning and welcome to the Committee on Education and Workforce. Today, the committee will mark up H.R. 8736, Restoration of Employment Choice for Adults with Disabilities Act, H.R. 8705, Civics and History Advancement to Restore Learning, Integrity, and Education Act, H.R. 7362, Form 5500 Filing Simplification Act, H.R. 7895, PBM Kickback Prohibition Act, and H.R. 8684, Transparency in Billing Act, which takes the prize for the shortest title. H.R. 8736, Restoration of Employment Choice for Adults with Disabilities Act, introduced by Representative Glenn Grothman, will increase employment opportunities for people with disabilities. In 2025, nearly 80% of people with disabilities were unemployed, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And the unemployment rate for people with disabilities was more than double that of those without disabilities. For people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, some estimates place unemployment rates near 20%. At a time when we should be removing the barriers to work and promoting greater independence, outdated federal policy too often stands in the way. H.R. 8736 helps reverse that trend by increasing access to employment opportunities and empowering more people with disabilities to participate in the workforce. H.R. 8705, Civics and History Advancement to Restore Learning, Integrity, and Education Act, introduced by Representative Burgess Owens, ensures that the American History and Civics program stays true to its purpose, educating students about America's rich civic inheritance and the importance of our founding and the value of respectful civil dialogue through the free exchange of ideas. The Biden-Harris administration attempted to radicalize this bipartisan program. Today's bill sends a clear message that it was wrong. Children should be educated in civics, not indoctrinated. H.R. 7362, Form 5500 Filing Simplification Act, introduced by Representative Grothman, streamlines the annual reporting requirement for employee benefit plans under the Employer Retirement Income Security Act of 1974, or ERISA. This bill reduces unnecessary red tape while maintaining strong reporting standards and transparency for employment benefit plans, or employee benefit plans. The bill also eliminates outdated and duplicative requirements, including the need to file certain extensions and, in some cases, manually sign or initial schedules that are part of Form 5500. H.R. 7895, PBM Kickback Prohibition Act, introduced by Rick Allen, cracks down on kickbacks and helps ensure health care decisions are made in the best interest of patients and employers, not pharmacy benefit manager middlemen. This committee is focused on lowering health care costs and bringing accountability and transparency to a system that has become too powerful and too secretive. H.R. 8684, Transparency in Billing Act of 2026, introduced by Representative Virginia Fox and Ranking Member Bobby Scott, protects workers and families from predatory pricing practices and reaffirms a simple premise: you should pay for the care you receive, not inflated charges. Increasingly, hospitals buy up outpatient clinics, then turn around and charge hospital facility fees and higher rates as though the care was provided at the hospital. Patients are left without clear information about where services were delivered or why they are being billed at significantly higher rates. This legislation promotes greater transparency, encourages honest billing practices, and helps lower health care costs for workers and families. Taken together, these bills are focused on real concerns facing American families, from finding meaningful work to assessing affordable health care and high-quality education. They reflect practical, common-sense reforms that will expand opportunity and improve everyday life for the people we serve. I thank the members who have worked diligently on these reforms, in some cases for multiple Congresses, and I hope and I look forward to the committee considering these bills today and these measures having a positive outcome. With that, I yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this committee has the responsibility to pass legislation that ensures that students will receive a quality education that protects workers, expands access to affordable quality care. And while I appreciate the bipartisan work reflected in some of the measures before us, several of these bills unfortunately continue a pattern of advancing divisive political priorities and weakening protections that workers, students, and families rely on. The first bill we'll consider is H.R. 8736, the Restoration of Employment Choice for Adults with Disabilities Act. Under present law, Section 511 of the Rehabilitation Act is amended by the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, establishes safeguards for workers, particularly for workers under the age of 24. It prevents workers operating under Section 14C certificates from paying subminimum wage to disabled workers until certain conditions have been met. This bill would weaken those requirements by allowing younger disabled workers to be paid subminimum wages without first completing all existing transition and vocational rehabilitation steps. Legislation also creates an additional exception to the counseling and referral requirements of individuals already working at subminimum wage employment. 14C employment wage is a relic of the past where employers are legally permitted to discriminate against individuals with disabilities in the workplace, and workers with disabilities do not have access to federal protections. It is a past time that we phase out this harmful provision that denies equal opportunities for workers, and one strategy to facilitate that transition would be to adopt legislation that I've introduced, the Transformation to Competitive Integrated Employment Act, which would support workers as they transition from 14C subminimum wage to regular employment. So instead of making it easier for employers to pay disabled workers less money, Congress should be working to fully integrate disabled workers into the general workforce so we can fulfill the core goals of the Americans with Disabilities Act, and that is equal opportunity, full participation, independent living, and economic self-sufficiency. And so for those reasons, I'll be recommending a no vote. Next, we'll consider H.R. 8705, the Charlie Act. Under current law, Title II of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act promotes history and civics education by funding grants for teacher training, student resources, and innovative instruction in history, civics, government, and geography. This legislation would prohibit federal funds from being used for what the bill defines as discriminatory equity ideology or gender ideology, and would also prevent the Department of Education from prioritizing race, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, or immigration status when awarding grants in this program. Moreover, the bill is named to honor Charlie Kirk, who is known for regressive politics and hateful rhetoric, including statements such as, quote, "We made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act in the mid-1960s," or, quote, "Large dedicated Islamic areas are a threat to America," and referred to trans individuals as, quote, a throbbing middle finger to God and an abomination. I strongly condemn the manner in which Charlie Kirk's life was taken, but he is not a role model for our children, and we should not be advancing legislation inspired by his legacy. This bill is in part a broader political agenda targeting how history and identity are discussed in educational settings. Students should learn accurate and comprehensive American history, including the Civil Rights Movement, immigration history, and other foundational movements in our nation's history. This bill does not advance those objectives, and for those reasons, I'll be recommending a no vote. Form 5500 Filing Simplification Act is the subject of the third bill that we'll consider, H.R. 7362. The Form 5500 is an important source of information on the funding, investment, fees, and operation of pensions and other employee benefit plans. Congress and federal agencies and researchers and many private sector stakeholders use and rely on Form 5500 data. Hundreds of thousands of pension plans and tens of thousands of other employee benefit plans meet the current Form 5500 filing deadline. And for those plans that need a little extra time to file, particularly large ones that must complete an annual audit, there's already an easy way for plans to obtain an automatic extension for up to 2.5 months. It doesn't appear to be a problem that needs to be solved here, yet 7362 would automatically extend the statutory deadline for all 5500 filers, even those meeting the current deadline. So as my colleagues may know, there's already a multi-year lag in compiling and publishing Form 5500 data. I worry that this bill would cause further delays. Further, the bill is drafted in a way that at best leaves it unclear whether plans would also receive an additional extension on the top of the already delayed statutory deadline provided under the bill. It's regrettable that committee Republicans needlessly rushed this bill to markup, believing that the legislation hearing box was checked after one member mentioned the bill during questions in a recent HELP subcommittee. H.R. 7362 deserves far more attention and scrutiny than it has received, and I plan to oppose the bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. The last two bills before us relate to health care. They address important issues impacting both consumers and employers alike. Pharmacy benefit managers, PBMs, play an important role in negotiating prescriptive drug prices and administering pharmacy benefits. While we've made progress in improving transparency regarding PBMs, concerns remain about their business practices and potential conflicts of interest. Currently, PBMs pay referral fees to brokers, consultants, or other similar entities that many believe influence their recommendations to healthcare plan sponsors regarding which PBM they should choose. Under the bill, the PBM Kickback Prohibition Act, that would amend the Employee Retirement Income Security Act, or ERISA, to prohibit PBMs from paying such referral fees to brokers and consultants. I support the goal of the legislation. I regret that we were not given the opportunity to engage in a bipartisan process during the creation of the legislation, nor an opportunity to strengthen the bill to ensure that it achieves its intended policy objectives. And finally, we'll consider H.R. 8684, the Transparency in Billing Act of 2062, and the changes enacted by the Consolidated Appropriations Act in 2026. Medicare will soon require hospitals to obtain a unique national provider identifier to allow payers to accurately determine the setting where the care was delivered. This will address the often opaque and exorbitant fees charged by hospital outpatient departments that contribute to higher health care costs. However, those same transparency requirements will not apply to the private insurance market, including ERISA-covered health plans. This bill is bipartisan legislation that I introduced with Dr. Fox last Congress. It would amend ERISA to extend similar transparency standards to the private sector by requiring hospitals to include the unique identifier for hospital outpatient departments before billing consumers or health plans. This is an important bipartisan effort to improve transparency and accountability in healthcare billing, and I support the legislation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Without objection, all other members who wish to be wish to insert written opening statements into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day today. Pursuant to the House rules, a copy of the text to be marked up was made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. The bills being marked up today shall be open to amendment at any point, and the chair will allow members to offer amendments in a manner not prohibited by House or committee rules. Without objection, members who have more than one amendment to the bills and wish to offer their amendments en bloc may do so. The committee will now proceed to consideration of Bill H.R. 8736 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8736, a bill to amend the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 to ensure workplace choice and opportunity for young adults with disabilities.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Mr. Grothman, well, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Amendment ANS 8736_01.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8736, offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin, identifier ANS 8736_01.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Mr. Grothman for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Sure. What we're doing here is we're amending out some damage that was done under the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, the WIOA Act, in 2014. In order to understand this bill and the discussion that's going to follow, one has to familiarize yourself with 14C certificates. I hope most congressmen on this committee at some point in their life have toured facilities that use 14C certificates. These are facilities which have employees which have certain, what used to be referred to as disabilities. They might have Down syndrome, they might have spina bifida, they might have severe autism. And for these reasons, it is, when you tour them, obvious that most of these employees would not be capable of making a regular minimum wage. These employees also are frequently or almost always on some sort of Social Security disability, so that's what their primary form of income is. Nevertheless, it provides a great deal of self-esteem to provide these people employees, frequently light manufacturing, packaging, that sort of thing. There are some people who philosophically don't feel people should be able to make $4.50 or $5 an hour, even with severe disabilities. And as the result, they inserted things a few years ago in 2014, saying that you had to try and fail at 3 jobs in the community before they allowed you to work for below minimum wage. First of all, you're taking freedom away from these people, but in addition, you're creating a very, very difficult, arduous process in which people have to somehow get hired to jobs that they obviously are not qualified for, and then fired from jobs they are obviously not capable of doing. A horrible thing to do to people who already were dealt a tough lot in life. In order to take the job that you want, you have to find a way to get hired 3 times and fired 3 times. Okay, this bill gets rid of these changes that were made in 2014 and goes back to the time when people can freely work at sub-minimum wage jobs if it can be shown they cannot work for an average income. I'll repeat, my bill lowers the age from 25 to 18, allowing people to make the choice that works best for them while finding a fulfilling job opportunity they might not get otherwise. 14C is about choice. Nobody is forcing people to work here. But I strongly beg all members of the committee, by the way, we're in election season, I think a good thing to do would be to tour one of these facilities, and it will make you feel very good about people who are smiling and very happy and have been dealt a difficult lot in life. If we wind up getting rid of these 14C jobs, we wind up in a situation in which these folks will not be working. They will wind up in what they call day services, in which they do puzzles or watch TV and don't get the satisfaction that you get when you are working and getting a paycheck. So we're ruining these people's lives. I recently talked to a facility that the current burden caused them to get rid of their 14C jobs. They found none of their employees who had been making sub-minimum wage found another job for 30 hours in a week. None. So in other words, it was back to the day services. And I urge all members to vote yes on ANS, which makes a technical change to the bill, and support H.R. 8736. And one more time, give these people who've been dealt a lot in life the freedom to work under a 14C certificate. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of substitute? The gentlelady from Georgia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Recognized.
Thank you very much. I mean, I really do appreciate my colleague from Wisconsin's stated intent to make it easier for Americans with disabilities, because I most definitely have the same sentiments. We want to help them to find meaningful employment, but I don't see why employees should be able to legally pay those workers below the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour just because they have a disability, especially when the minimum wage is as low as it already is today. A recent study from the Government Accountability Office found that the average wage for 14C employees was just $3.50. $3.50 won't even get someone a gallon of gas today. And some employers are legally paying people just 25 cents an hour. That's a quarter for an hour of work. That's not fair. That's not right. This is a direct quote from the Department of Labor, where they say the wage must be proportional to the worker's productivity compared to a non-disabled worker doing the same job, end quote. You know, that is a demeaning process that people without disabilities aren't even subjected to. At every job site, workers in the same positions are more productive than others. They still get the minimum wage, and they have the same base pay. It's a totally different standard that only disabled workers have to deal with, and that's just not fair. Also, who is deciding that their work is worth so little? I don't believe that there are any situations where someone's time and their effort are worth less than the minimum wage, and certainly not for 25 cents an hour. Just as I believe there is dignity in work, I believe there is more dignity in being paid your worth for the work that you do. I would like to submit for the record a deeply disturbing story that I had a chance to read from the New York Times about a group of sub-minimum wage employees found living in a bug and rat-infested house in rural Iowa in 2009, where they worked at a turkey processing plant in return for food, a place to stay, and $65 a month for over 30 years.
Without objection, it'll be.
Thank you very much. $65 a month to get up before dawn and work at a poultry plant, pulling gizzards by hand on an assembly line, doing the jobs no one else wants to do because the work is hard and the pay is low, and gutting turkeys is messy. They were abused and treated like children. They had their wages and their personal property taken away from them and were physically beaten for perceived infractions on the job and at the house. They were kept in these conditions for decades until someone did something about it. It led to the largest jury verdict in the history of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, over $240 million that were awarded in damages, but no amount of money in the world can give these men back the years that were taken from them. Many of them went on to live better lives, getting a pay raise and using their newfound freedom to work where they want to and do the things that they want to do, like go on a date, garden, or watch NASCAR, simple things that these men were denied for decades. This is exactly why these guardrails were put in the program. For every story shared where we heard about how good these programs are, I want to respectfully remind everyone that there are also stories like this. And this is just one that we know of. These are the stories Congress should be trying to stop before they eat up people's entire lives. States across the political spectrum have outlawed or are phasing out the subminimum wage, including my home state of Georgia, as well as South Carolina, Tennessee, Alaska, California, Illinois, Washington, and many others. We should spend this time getting more people with disabilities employed with decent wages in integrated settings. But this does just the opposite. It removes important guardrails on a highly controversial program and will make situations like what I just described more likely to happen again in the future. So I do encourage my colleagues to vote no, especially those of us that are representing states that are already getting rid of these programs. And I yield.
I thank the gentlelady. Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I do.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm speaking in favor of this bill. It's incredibly important. You know, 14C program comes with oversight, and so I appreciate what the gentlelady from Georgia talked about what happened in Iowa. But the fact is that the system failed. Whoever was responsible in that state for regulating, if those individuals were employed under 14C, I'm not sure, I don't know if they were, but let's just speculate and say that they were. The fact that to work all those years under 14C and not be it was the folks that provide oversight that failed. That should have never occurred. The fact is, the fact is, this amendment makes sure that no individuals with especially severe disabilities are left behind. And that's what's happening. I've spent my entire adult working career prior to coming to Congress working with individuals who were living with life-changing disease and disability. And H.R. 8736 is not so much about the amount of pay, it's about the dignity of work. And individuals with disabilities deserve work options that meet their needs and interests. But more importantly, they want to be just like their friends and families and have a job. And I would say where you artificially push somebody into competitive wages, you take away opportunities for dignity, and they're not able to sustain that extra income that may be temporary because of their performance, you're going to threaten any financial assistance that they rely on to live on. You know, they have an income if they have disabilities and significant disabilities. They have support systems. So, but according to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics data in 2025, nearly 80% of people with disabilities were unemployed. The unemployment rate for people with disabilities was more than double that of people with disabilities. At a time when we should be doing everything we can to provide more work opportunities for people with disabilities, current federal law does the opposite. And Section 511 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 was written with good intentions, but it is not working as intended. Some states require individuals with disabilities to be fired multiple times from competitive integrated employment before accepting 14C employment. Some states are also failing to fulfill their obligations under Section 511 to provide ongoing services to individuals with disabilities, further placing roadblocks in front of these workers and their families. This bill fixes those problems. Some Democrats argue that Section 14C amounts to discrimination, but they shy away from the impact on real people when Section 14C opportunities are taken away. The Government Accountability Office reported last year on outcomes for former 14C workers in Colorado, Oregon, two states that have eliminated 14C employment options. Of the individuals in those two states were able to track, less than half of the former 14C workers found other employment. The data is clear. Without these opportunities, many of those with disabilities would be forced to sit at home all day. They would be forced to separate from their peers, their friends, the family that they develop in these work settings. The reality is that for some workers with disabilities, those employment opportunities are life-saving. Many families have told me how 14C has given individuals and their families the opportunity to socialize, make friends, learning valuable skills, and take home a paycheck in the process. If you have never been in one of these settings on payday, I strongly encourage you to do that. It doesn't matter what the size of the check is or the number. There's something just human about the dignity of work and the celebration that occurs on payday. It's a great experience, actually. For individuals with disabilities and their families who want access to 14C employment options, we should eliminate the barrier that Section 511 has created. H.R. 8736 does just that, and I'm appreciative to my good friend from Wisconsin, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, under Section 14C, the Fair Labor Standards Act, employers have a special certificate may pay workers with disabilities less than the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. As my colleague from Georgia has pointed out, the GAO has estimated the average wage under 14C is approximately $3.50. 14C is antithetical to the Americans with Disabilities Act, which seeks to ensure equality of opportunity, full participation, independent living, and economic self-sufficiency for people with disabilities. In contrast, the subminimum wage employment consigns people with disabilities to a lifetime of poverty and segregation. Section 511 of the Rehabilitation Act limits the use of 14C by requiring individuals with disabilities who are 24 years or younger to complete requirements designed to improve their access to competitive integrated employment, including transition services, vocational rehabilitation, and career counseling services before they are employed at a subminimum wage. Section 511 also requires that all workers with disabilities of any age who are paid under a 14C certificate receive regular career counseling and information about self-sufficiency, self-determination, and peer mentoring training opportunities in their local area. This bill would weaken these sensible provisions that support the goal of making investments in competitive integrated employment for people with disabilities and that were enshrined in the 2014 reauthorization of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunities Act, or WIOA. Section 511 ensures that individuals will not be employed at subminimum wage unless they have explored other avenues of competitive integrated employment and then voluntarily make an informed choice to engage in subminimum wage employment. This bill eliminates the necessity of all of those safeguards, and so what we need to, so they lets them work at the minimum wage, and it's so-called choice to work at the minimum wage. That's an interesting use of the word choice. They get relegated to the minimum wage without all of those safeguards. For those reasons, Mr. Chairman, I will ask people to vote no on the bill unless it's amended to provide significant transformational services. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I recognize the vice chairman of the committee, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens.
Thank you so much. First of all, my highest recommendation is to visit one of these facilities before we make a decision that it's not working. We're not now in 2009, we're now in 2026. We have good people. Well, first of all, there are bad people in every industry. Let's not look at those who take advantage of people to say that no one else will have these opportunities. There are good people who actually don't look at the return on investment, just want to give people the dignity of work. The facility I visited in Wisconsin, I remember one particular person, mental disability, blind, he's putting a peg in a hole. He's getting paid. Later on, I had a chance to ask him what his dreams were. He had dreams. This is something John Deere could do by robots if they wanted to. But they're trying to give back to the community, these folks, the opportunity that many of us take for granted to be able to go out there and work and overcome and have communities, have people that we can relate to, instead of staying at home or looking at TV or just taking trips, day trips, doing absolutely nothing other than that. So I would say this, experiencing it, seeing it firsthand, is one of the things that I think will be a really good job for everyone here. The bill is simple. It gets federal government out of the way so individuals can make opportunities to work for themselves. By the way, these are folks that we're asking to go out and compete in a business where they know they're not going to get a job. They're not going to get the job because they can't do the job. So they're supposed to fail, get a job, fail 3 times, and then all of a sudden they can be part of something that will allow them to have the self-esteem they need. By cutting through the regular red tape, we help these workers find jobs early in their lives and get them building up their skill set and dignity that comes with having meaningful employment. Having spoken to families whose loved ones utilize the 14C employment, I know the impact of this work is having. Anyone who goes and visits these facilities can see the excitement, the pride, the idea that they're respected, they're with their friends. Let's not take that away from folks just because we think we know better. So with that, I'd like to yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Does the gentlelady from Oregon wish to be recognized?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to speak in opposition to the bill.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I first want to say that I align myself with the comments that have been made about the importance of the dignity of work and the recognition that people with disabilities deserve that opportunity, without a doubt. And I want to align myself with the comments of my colleague from Georgia, Representative McBath. My state of Oregon, because it was mentioned here today, has phased out sheltered workshops, in part because of decade-long litigation, but also because of a recognition that to send somebody the message of you deserve the dignity of work, but you don't deserve to even make minimum wage is inconsistent and wrong. So I just want to note that my state of Oregon does support job search and helping people find an appropriate job for them, and they are paid at least a minimum wage. And I just wanted to quote the Director of Disability Rights Oregon, who said, at the end of the day, what really matters is knowing that there are thousands of Oregonians who now see themselves in their work as having value, having equal value, and that level of confidence and dignity and sense of self-worth. So that's what this is about. We absolutely agree that people should have opportunities to participate in work, but I don't agree, and I seriously dispute the message that dignity is arrived by saying you are less than and we are going to pay you less than, even minimum wage, which, as Representative McBath noted, for states without a state minimum wage is only $7.25 an hour. So I encourage my colleagues to vote no on the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentlelady. Does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I do.
You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership on this very important issue, and I'm very grateful to provide my time to the distinguished congressman from Wisconsin, the author of the bill, Congressman Grothman.
First, I'd like to enter into the records 16 letters of support for H.R. 8736. They come from Project CU, Inc., Can-Do Industries, Inc., Blackhawk Technical College, Remarkable Chippewa River Industries, A-Team Arkansas, A-Team USA, and over 130 parents and guardians and loved ones who signed a letter urging this bill be passed out of committee.
Without objection, hearing none, they're entered.
It's all fine and good to say that these people are going to find a job in the community. The facility I'm most familiar with, because of the current burdensome regulations, shut down. They had at that time 30 employees working at subminimum wage. Not one found a job of at least 30 hours a week in the community. which should be obvious if you tour these. You know, there are not a lot of things that we do here in Congress that really make you feel good, really make you feel good about great things going on in America. And maybe one of the few things that really makes me feel good is when I tour these facilities in my district. We have 8 in my district. They are all wonderful facilities. The employees there are very happy to be working there, and really their whole life, to a degree, is built around their job, particularly because they get to know all sorts of new people. If I had a handicapped child, one of my concerns would be, you know, do they have any friends outside the home? These facilities provide situations with friends and the dignity of work, the chance to earn some money, buy your own gifts for your parents, buy your own clothes for yourself. These people all have, or all, virtually all, have separate sources of income on Social Security disability. But in any event, I suppose this debate is going to go on. I beg members on the other side of the aisle to tour some of these facilities and see how happy these folks are and see how obvious it is. You are not going to find genuine minimum wage jobs unless it's a very short-term thing, more in the nature of charity. So I beg members on the other side of the aisle, rather than recount talking points that somebody gave you, see these facilities. Mr. Owens over there, he saw a facility in Wisconsin. It's tremendous. Whenever I see my facilities like this, it makes my week to see so many people who've been dealt a difficult lot in life so wildly happy because they can now go to work just like everyone else. And like I said, if you get rid of these 14C certificates, they're not going to find a job for $15,000 a year. They'll get no job at all. They'll be restricted to putting together puzzles and watching TV. What a horrible, mean thing to do to these people who've been dealt a difficult lot in life. But in any event, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Are there any others who wish to speak on the amendment in nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Are there any members who would like to offer amendments? I recognize the gentleman, the ranking member from Virginia, Mr. Scott, for the purpose of amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, Scott VA _ 063.
The clerk will identify the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8736, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier Scott VA _ 063.
This gentleman from Utah wish to reserve a point of
Chairman,
order.
I reserve a point of order.
A point of order is reserved. I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott, for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I begin my remarks, I'd just like to let the gentleman from Wisconsin know that I've been visiting these facilities for at least 4 decades. One of the facilities is getting rid of 14C certificates altogether, and Virginia is phasing out the 14C certificates. But in recent decades, subminimum wage employment for those with disabilities has actually declined as rights, access to education, and employment opportunities have expanded. The 2014 Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WIOA, the law governing public workforce system, prioritized competitive integrated employment, referred to as CIE, for those with disabilities. CIE is defined as a job where the worker earns the prevailing minimum wage, works alongside non-disabled workers, and receives the same benefits as non-disabled workers and has the opportunities for advancement. 17 states and the District of Columbia have laws and policies that phase out the use of 14C certificates, and these states, including my own state of Virginia, have moved beyond this 90-year-old exception to the Fair Labor Standards Act, and it's past time to update the federal policy. This bill moves the country in the wrong direction. But my bipartisan bill, the Transformation to Competitive Integrated Employment Act, which I'll be offering as an amendment, provides for federal grants to enable states and 14C employers to transform their services and business models to foster opportunities for competitive integrated employment. This legislation phases out the use of 14C in the remaining states that have not already done so over roughly 5-year timeline, bringing the entire country into the 21st century where disability employment policy is concerned. There are many challenges facing workers with disabilities. Many need home and community-based services to remain in their communities. For example, Medicaid home and community-based services provide the critical supports that many individuals need to live safely in their homes, participate in the life of their communities, and succeed in competitive integrated employment. However, the draconian cuts to Medicaid in the big ugly bill passed last year threaten these services across the country, slashing Medicaid funding by about $1 trillion over the coming decade, even as many states are already struggling with rising costs and shortages of direct care workers, job coaches, and others who provide these services. At the same time, Health and Human Services Secretary Kennedy and others in the Trump administration have, without offering any evidence, asserted that Medicaid home and community-based services are rife with fraud and abuse, and raised questions whether the government should pay family caregivers at all. Instead of making it easier for 18 to 24-year-olds to begin their working lives in sheltered workshops, we should be providing funding so that states and current 14C employers can create greater opportunities for competitive integrated employment, including by providing wraparound services that help individuals succeed in real jobs at real wages in their communities. The Transformation to Competitive Integrated Employment Act does that. I'm offering it as an amendment to the bill, and it does a much better approach than the underlying bill, and so I urge support of my amendment. Yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does the gentleman from Utah insist on a
I withdraw my point of order.
point of order? Reservation is withdrawn. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Does the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word in support.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I want to speak in support of Ranking Member Scott's amendment. $3.50. That's the average hourly wage for disabled workers operating under 14C vouchers and sheltered workshops. In this economy, 8 hours of work at that wage would barely cover a day's worth of food. Regardless of ability, every working person in this country deserves to be treated with dignity, respect, and fairness in the workplace. And while I understand the value that sheltered workshops have provided to workers with disabilities and their families, the 14C program has failed to provide disabled workers with the dignity they deserve. Employment in sheltered workshops is designed to be temporary. Disabled workers are meant to learn valuable skills and transition into competitive, integrated employment. But that's not what's happening. Less than 5% of those making sub-minimum wage will transition to competitive, integrated employment in their lifetime. And the underlying bill would only make the pathway to integrated employment more difficult for disabled workers. We should be working toward phasing out, not expanding 14C. Opponents of this amendment will claim that phasing out 14C will take opportunities from disabled adults. That couldn't be further from the truth. And frankly, I find the idea that disabled adults are only employable at starvation wages to be patronizing and dehumanizing. Mr. Chairman, I would like to insert into the record a 2024 study published in the JAMA Health Forum titled Repeal of Subminimal Wages and Social Determinants of Health Among People with Disabilities.
Without objection, it'll be inserted.
This finds no decrease in employment outcomes for workers with cognitive disabilities following the repeal of 14C waivers. I think that the most important part of any plan to phase out 14C is a gradual transition and investment in wraparound services to ensure that no one is left behind. and this amendment does that. Over a 5-year period, the subminimal wage would be eliminated. Current 14C certificate holders would be given the resources they need to transition to an integrated employment model. This amendment takes a careful approach that ensures disabled workers and current 14C employers are participants in, not subjects of, the transition to competitive integrated employment. And rather than expanding a program that has failed to deliver for disabled workers, I encourage all of my colleagues to work toward a system that respects the dignity of disabled workers' labor to support this amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Does the gentleman from Utah seek to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, on further consideration, I insist on the point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Does the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, seek to be recognized?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to the amendment.
You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Again, I wish the folks on the other side of the aisle, and I know Bobby Scott has, I don't know how you can not see these things, not tour these things and feel good about them. These people are not starving. They are almost uniformly on some sort of SSI, so this supplements their other income. One thing that hits you about touring these facilities is how happy people are, in part because they have a satisfaction of finding a job. There have been studies done, and very few of these people find jobs in the community at regular minimum wage. I talked to one of these facilities that did close in the last year. It breaks the heart of the people who ran the facility, but they tell me not one person of the 30 people who were left on the floor when they closed found a job for over 30 hours a week. You can sometimes find a charity job in which some employer makes themselves feel good by hiring somebody for 5 or 6 hours a week, but these people are not going to find another job. Right now, these places provide socialization for people who've been dealt a difficult lot in life, and nobody is forcing them to be there. They've got themselves, they've got their guardians, they've got their parents, and they are making this choice because it's what they like the best. And the fact that the law that we passed in, 2014, takes away this option from people is just so horrible. I mean, we do all sorts of stupid things here in Washington, but the idea, I think one of the dumbest things is to take away an option from people who've been dealt this difficult lot in life and saying you cannot have the happiness that comes with having a real job with real fellow employees. In any event, I encourage people to vote against the amendment.
I thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman from Utah insist on his point of order?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I insist on my point of order.
I'd like to be recognized to speak in favor of the amendment.
The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I don't know procedurally where this is in the point of order, but I just wanted to speak in favor of Mr. Scott's amendment, and again, reiterate that everyone in this room, I'm sure, understands the importance of the dignity of work and having people have opportunities to get that dignity from a job. But what does not give dignity is saying to someone that you do not deserve to be adequately paid for the work that you're doing. And I just want to note, according to the organization New America, they ranked states overall on subminimum wage and employment policies. And I'm proud that my state of Oregon has a high score of 88. I'll note that the state of Wisconsin has a 36 score. We have done a lot of work to make sure that people have employment. and that they are paid at least a minimum wage. And I think this is an important conversation to have about that dignity of work, and it is not dignified to say someone, you work, but you do not deserve to be paid even minimum wage. That is, to me, seems like exploitation. There are better ways to address this by doing all we can to place people in employment that's appropriate for them and for which they are paid for the work that they are doing. So I support the amendment, and I yield back the balance on my time.
Gentlelady yields. I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member.
Well, did gentleman insist on his point of order?
The gentleman from Utah, do you still insist on your point of order? He insists on his point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I understand the technical problems with the amendment, and so I won't object to the ruling that it's not in order, and I'll be supporting Ms. Macbeth's amendment that does much of what's in this amendment. I would point out, however, that it's the ruling is a little late, so if it happens subsequently, we don't want to use this as a precedent.
The gentleman withdraws his amendment.
Withdraw.
The gentleman withdraws his amendment. Does anyone else seek recognition to offer an amendment? I recognize the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have an amendment at the desk, McBath, AMD_EMPTA.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8736, offered by Ms. McBath of Georgia, identifier McBath_AMD_EMPTA.
Does the gentleman from Utah reserve a point of order?
Yes, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order is reserved. I now recognize the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath, for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we've heard a lot this morning about the dignity of work and making sure that individuals with disabilities have the opportunities that should be afforded to them for equity. We've heard a lot about that this morning, but there again, to reiterate, let's make sure that there's equity and let's enhance that opportunity of the dignity of work for them, because they do at least deserve a minimum wage. I'm going to kind of go off script here. I actually have a family member that has processing disabilities. I have a family member. He, was born a preemie, and we recognized very early on that, he was having processing, learning disabilities, all those kinds of things, and to some extent, a physical disability. But I assure you, he is working a full-time job, and he's working in an environment that they are paying him a fair wage, the minimum wage. So I don't want us to discredit people because of their disabilities and say that they don't deserve a fair minimum wage. If we're talking about the dignity of their ability to be able to work and be a thriving part of society, that is their right. So let's enhance that. And so, as I said before, the underlying bill rolls back progress towards equal opportunity for people with disabilities that was made in the 2014 WIOA. And WIOA not only codified competitive integrated employment, or CIE, as the appropriate goal of vocational rehabilitation services for disabled job seekers, Section 511 ensured that young adults who were aged 18 through 24 receive appropriate services to help them successfully transition to adulthood with the necessary tools and experiences to succeed in competitive integrated employment before they receive subminimum wages and work in segregated environments. This amendment builds on the success of those bipartisan efforts, and the path was charted by the states and employers across the country that have stopped allowing the payment of subminimum wages to disabled workers. This language is taken from the bipartisan version of WIOA that had been negotiated and agreed to by Republicans and Democrats on this committee. Similar language can also be found in the version of WIOA that was voted out of committee just a few weeks ago with the unanimous support of my Republican colleagues. It would support the creation of a technical assistance center with the Office of Disability Employment Policy, ODEP, at the Department of Labor. that would provide technical assistance to employers and states who have chosen to or want to phase out the use of 14C certificates and instead provide a real path to opportunities for competitive integrated employment. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment because truly, as I said, I have someone in my family that has both physical and emotional mental disabilities. And I assure you, he has deserved every ounce of responsibility that he gets in the work that he does every single day. And yes, he is very much integrated into the community, and he is very well loved and received and is an integral part of the work that he does in his community and on his job. But that business saw fit to make sure that he was equally and equitably cared for and treated, and he receives a fair wage. And I think that everyone deserves a fair wage for the work that they do. So I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. Does the gentleman from Utah insist on a point of order?
I withdraw my point of order.
The reservation is withdrawn. Is there further discussion on the amendment? I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, without going into more detail, the gentlelady from Georgia has outlined the amendment. I'd just point out that the amendment was based on language that was agreed upon by both Democrats and Republicans in the WIOA bill we negotiated in the last Congress, and that the same language was part of the bipartisan the WIOA bill that the committee considered a few weeks ago. So hopefully it can be adopted in this bill. Yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does the gentleman from Wisconsin wish to speak on this amendment?
No, I think I've kind of made the major points here. I guess the one thing I'll add is they think by hiring a bunch of bureaucrats to go in and meet with these people, you're going to take somebody with obvious disabilities and change what you have. You're not going to, I just one more time beg all the other members of the committee to tour one of these facilities to see how happy these folks are and to see, at least in some cases, how obvious it is that you're not going to find an employer in the community give people a 40-hour-a-week job at a minimum wage. But, and again, I beg people on the other side of the aisle, because it'll come up, to tour these facilities. Thanks.
The gentleman yields. Are there any others who wish to speak on this amendment? Seeing no other members wish to speak on the amendment, the question is on the amendment by the gentlelady from Georgia. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote is requested. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8736? There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment. Further action on H.R. 8736 is postponed. We'll now move to consider the next bill. The committee will now proceed to consideration of Bill H.R. 8705 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8705, a bill to amend the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965 to prevent the American History and Civics program from funding radical indoctrination and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Mr. Owens?
Yes.
For what purpose do you seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk. I have the amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8705, offered by Mr. Owens of Utah, identifier MUANS 8705_01.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Mr. Owens for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The NS to the Charlie Act simply makes a technical change to the bill. I'm proud to champion this bill named after my friend Charlie Kirk, who dedicated his life to encouraging civil discourse and political engagement. This common sense legislation prohibits ideological capture of the ESEA History and Civics program, ensures that there's no prioritization of funding on the basis of race, sex, gender ideology, or immigration status. Currently, American students are woefully ignorant of basic civics and history. A 2024 survey of over 3,000 undergraduates conducted by the American Council of Trustees, Alumni, and College Pulse found that 40% of students believe that senators serve 4 terms. 75% of students did not know that the Constitution does not specify the number of justices on the Supreme Court. Half of the students surveyed believed that the Constitution was written in 1776. Clearly, students are not well informed of the fundamental civics and history concepts. Unfortunately, the previous administration attempted to weaponize the program to prioritize funding for projects that incorporate racially, ethically, culturally, and logistically diverse perspectives into teaching and learning. After receiving criticism from then-ranking member Virginia Foxx, the Department of Education decided against officially prioritizing funds based on bias criteria described in their proposed priorities. However, in 2023, the department again announced that it would prioritize funds on projects promoting equity and student access for underserved students. That includes categories as non-white, English learning, LGBTQ students, and illegal aliens. Federal education dollars should help students learn how American government works and prepare them to be responsible citizens, not steer children toward radical political agendas. At the time when political violence is on the rise, we should be strengthening shared values and national unity. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Charlie Act, which restores sanity and fairness to the ESEA, civics, and history programs. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of substitute? This gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, seek to be recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm a strong supporter of history and civics education, and it was interesting to hear my colleague talk about how little students know. I just had an amazing visit with Abernathy Elementary School in Portland. Their fifth graders knew how many members of Congress there are. They knew the separate branches of government. They were in fifth grade and they knew that. And then the same week I visited with a high school class at Lincoln High School, also in Portland, Oregon, public high school, and they just came in sixth in the nation in a civics competition. They can discuss the history of the Constitution, all of the amendments, and apply contemporary issues to the Constitution, and they are at a public high school. So I'm a strong supporter of civics education, and we have a lot to be proud of. Yes, we have work to do, but again, as we say in this committee many times, curriculum decisions are up to states and local governments, not Congress. But this bill is counterproductive and frankly absurd. And it seems like, once again, my Republican colleagues are more interested in cultivating some kind of hysteria and demonizing teachers than in actually legislating. The grants under this program are intended to improve the quality of teaching and instruction in American history and civics education. If that's what they actually did, that would be great. But my colleagues have provided absolutely no substantive evidence that funds are being used to, quote, radically indoctrinate, close quote, children, or perpetuate, quote, discriminatory equity ideology, close quote. Instead, they cite secondhand anecdotes and use sweeping generalizations about what they imagine is going on in schools to justify what appears to be a political witch hunt. The hypocrisy is truly staggering here. The majority repeatedly and rightfully asserts that the federal government should have no role in setting school curricula. Then they turn around and introduce yet another book banning bill to tell teachers what they can and can't teach. What happened to local control? What happened to returning education to the states? This administration's obsession with so-called gender ideology is also disgusting and frankly harmful. It's reprehensible to attack transgender individuals, especially transgender youth. This came up on the floor yesterday as well. As I've said before, the goal here is not an elimination of ideology, but of people who are just as deserving of dignity, respect, and love as you are. So if my colleagues are truly interested in strengthening the American History and Civics education program, I encourage them to look into the bipartisan Constitution and Civics Education is Valuable in Community Schools, or Civics Act, which is pending in the Senate. Representative Bacon and I will soon be introducing a bipartisan House companion of this bill to promote hands-on civic engagement activities that actually educate students about the history and principles of the U.S. Constitution, including the Bill of Rights. This is what we should be focused on. Let's leave the local issues to local districts. Let's not mark up polarizing bills that make no difference in the lives of students except to be harmful, and educators and families. And let's think about what side of American history we all want to be on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Does the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris, seek to be recognized?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I seek recognition to speak on the bill.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to support the Civic and History Advancement to Restore Learning, Integrity, and Education Act, also known as the Charlie Act, and express my gratitude to Representative Owens for leading out in this. I want to take just a moment to highlight one aspect of this bill that should be important to every member of this committee, and that is restoring civics to the classroom. This bill would ensure that federal civics funding focuses on teaching the Constitution, American history, and principles of self-government. When you look at the alarming number of students and adults who cannot identify basic civics, this is what you will find. In one survey with the Annenberg Public Policy Center in 2023, it found that 33% of respondents, of whom 6 in 10 had taken a high school civics course focusing on the Constitution or judicial system, could not name all 3 branches of government, while 17% of respondents could not name a single branch. In another survey from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation in 2024, it found that 70% of the 2,000 registered voters surveyed failed a civic literacy quiz on basic questions of American government. Half of respondents could not, and I quote, correctly name the branch of government where bills become laws. In one last survey from the American Bar Association in 2024, it was found that only 41% of the respondents could correctly identify the Constitution as the document that begins with the words, "We the people." Now, these findings are alarming and raise questions about the state of civics education in schools across this country. Every American should be able to correctly answer basic questions about our system of government, the unique history of the United States, and the civic structures that are essential to our democratic republic. It's long past time that we address this problem and ensure that schools do a better job of teaching students about the blessings of American liberty and the responsibilities of citizenship. And so with that, I urge all my colleagues to support the Charlie Act. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any others who wish to be identified? This gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath, do you wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to speak in opposition to the amendment in the nature of substitute.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Naming a censorship bill the Charlie Act is a level of irony that should not be lost on my colleagues. This is another bill about pressuring schools and teachers into conforming to this Republican majority's specific worldview. While Republicans want to say that they are fighting to preserve the free exchange of ideas and diversity of thought, they regularly do just the opposite. Schools and teachers are being targeted with funding cuts and personal attacks just for having different opinions than the president, just for disagreeing with the administration about highly controversial topics that are meant to be discussed and debated freely in academic settings at the appropriate time. This majority claims to be protecting diversity of thought while they actively go out of their way to get people fired and punish schools for simply just using the word diversity. While they fail to see the irony in getting rid of viewpoints that they only view as bias due to their own personal biases. Time and time again, Republicans in Congress say one thing, but they then do the other. The American people are not naive. They know that the Republicans claiming to be warriors for freedom of thought are the very same ones stopping conversations and banning books in classrooms around the country at both universities and high schools. They are the same ones who will call you un-American for trying to push this country to live up to its founding ideals that all men are created equal. You can't have it both ways. It is not possible to defend free speech while preventing discussions because you disagree with them and don't want them happening. That is hypocrisy. This refusal to have difficult conversations, to refuse to discuss history just because it makes someone uncomfortable, to attack people's character and ideals directly instead of debating these things so people can decide what they think for themselves, is a disservice to our students. It is a disservice to those who lived these realities and to the people who put their lives and reputations on the line to help our country live up to its promise. I can assure you I spent many years with my family on the front lines fighting for the civil and human rights of all Americans so that everyone would be able to be engaged in the diversity of thought and ideas, whether they agreed with mine or not. I engage with my Republican colleagues all the time, whether we agree or not. But it is that diversity, it is that interfacing, it is that interaction, it is the freedom of thought and opinions and ideals that make this country great. So we shouldn't be hampering the ability for people to directly debate ideas and talk about things that they believe are important, especially our students. So I'm opposed to this bill, and I yield.
I recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Miller, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a special thanks to Representative Owens for leading this important bill. America is the greatest nation on earth. We have a wonderful history filled with rich stories and enduring legacy. But for decades, Democrats have hijacked our schools and turned them into indoctrination stations, misrepresenting our history and manipulating it to serve their own political ends. In my home state of Illinois, the Chicago Public School District has fully embraced the 1619 Project, a curriculum that distorts historical facts and perpetrates lies about our history to push a political agenda. Let me remind my colleagues, President Lincoln was from Illinois. He healed the nation and ended slavery, and that is a history worth celebrating. The Charlie Act doesn't ban the teaching of American history. Instead, it safeguards hard-earned taxpayer dollars from being used to indoctrinate our children. And I do want to say to my colleague on the other side of the aisle, in light of funding cuts, under Joe Biden threatened to cut school lunch programs if the public schools didn't push radical transgender policies. And we want to protect our children. We are not banning appropriate books. We want perverted, indecent, and inappropriate curriculum out of our schools. They're wasting the students' time and hypersexualizing our students. That's what we want removed from our public schools. The Charlie Act codifies 2 of President Trump's executive orders. It acknowledges the biological reality of male and female and ensures K-12 students are shielded from radical leftist ideology such as these radical transgender policies and perverted, indecent, and inappropriate curriculum. The bill also prohibits selecting federal grant recipients based on DEI criteria, making school districts compete for federal money based on meritocracy, and not diversity status. I am proud that this legislation is named after Illinois native Charlie Kirk, a national hero who, as many know, was a lover of American history and wanted civil discourse. It has been said that the more a society drifts from the truth, the more they will hate those who speak it. The Charlie Act is an appropriate way to remember our friend and to ensure radical leftist ideologies are removed from our schools. I am proud to stand beside Congressman Owens, and I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 8705. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. There's a gentleman from California, Mr. Tucanos, seek recognition.
I do, yes.
You're
Mr.
recognized
Chairman.
for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word and rise in opposition to the amendment. We do have a great and glorious history as Americans, but I always put that in the context of the opening words of the Constitution, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union." There were debates during the Constitutional Convention over the original sin of our country, which was slavery. And in fact, parts of the Constitution pay homage to the institution of slavery by the mere fact that slaves were counted as 3/5 of a person. It took a bloody civil war and a great president like Lincoln from a great state of Illinois to be a part of reconciling the contradictions between our founding principles of freedom and equality against the contradiction of slavery. So in order to form a more perfect union implies that we were not a perfect union. And the greatness of our country is the consequence of generations and generations of Americans fighting to make the country more perfect than when it began. Along these lines, let me talk about my parents and grandparents who spent 4 years as prisoners in American concentration camps during World War II. They were forced from their homes by the government. My mother and father spent their childhoods in tar paper barracks in the deserts of Wyoming and California before starting over from nothing once the war ended. And by the way, these camps were not, meeting OSHA safety standards. My father suffered very serious burns on his legs after falling into a burn pit. Years later, President Ronald Reagan formally apologized for Japanese American incarceration and acknowledged that it was a grave mistake, quote, based solely on race, unquote. This is a conservative president who also, I think, came from Illinois. But today, on one such incarceration camp, the Trump administration had posted signs making visitors report, quote, any signs or any information that are negative about either past or living Americans, unquote. Japanese Americans, like my family, fought to preserve those incarceration sites so that they would teach future generations about the dangers of prejudice and racism. This administration has put up signs warning docents and park rangers not to make America look bad. I tell this story because that is what this bill does. It prohibits the leading government-funded history and civics programs from discussing racism, systemic discrimination, the existence of transgender people, or any other history the administration doesn't agree with. This isn't civics history. This is censorship. And no matter how this administration and this majority may try, you cannot erase the facts of American history. As a former teacher, I ask, how can we accurately talk about the realities of the American experience if teachers can't discuss how slavery and the Jim Crow era shaped American life today? How can we talk about Japanese American incarceration without talking about the racism and moral failures that led to American prison camps? Or discuss the state violence that led to Stonewall without being, to quote the administration, too negative? This bill seeks to erase transgender Americans entirely from American history and civics curriculum. This is not only harmful, it's inaccurate. Transgender people have existed throughout American history, and we need more education about their stories, not less. And while the majority is busy policing what teachers say, they are ignoring the actual crisis in the classroom. The administration has already canceled $600 million in teacher training grants. 1 in 8 teaching positions are unfilled or filled by a teacher who is not certified for the role. It's estimated that 6 million students are impacted by this shortage nationwide. This bill doesn't offer any support for that crisis. This bill does not authorize a single dollar toward educator professional development. It just executes on the administration's orders to clean up any history it doesn't like. Like Joseph McCarthy before them, the authors of this bill give politicians the unilateral power to censor the ideas they don't understand or don't agree with. It doesn't take long before politicians' ideologies begin to creep further and further into our children's freedom to learn. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. I now recognize the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and not wanting to throw the baby out with the bathwater, I request a point of clarity on the bill and scope of how history can be taught, which a definition that includes the United States as fundamentally racist, sexist, or otherwise discriminatory. So I have a question on how, if at all, the bill might impact teaching constitutional law, specifically the insular cases. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into record a letter from members of Congress, 43 of them, a bipartisan letter to the Attorney General regarding the Justice Department should similarly recognize the racist logic that insular cases doctrine of territorial incorporation represents and expressly rejects this case law, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I also like to enter into the record that a Department of Justice reply to this letter that the Department emphatically agrees with the letter.
Without objection.
And finally, Mr. Chairman, I also wish to enter into the record Justice Gorsuch, his decision on the Supreme Court decision regarding the insular cases.
Without objection, will be inserted.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, all these letters and decisions all agree with the insular case were based on racist ideologies. To include, Mr. Chairman, a final enter into the record the Justice Manual that regards the applicable and constitutional provisions of the U.S. territories.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And because the insular cases are now law of the land and the interpretation of Constitution or fundamental law, I want to know if this will be, how this would impact and what can be taught on it. And my understanding and the staff's decision in staff's discussion is that nothing in this bill would prohibit teaching about the flaws in our past. So my question is for my good friend, Mr. Owens. Would you mind kindly elaborating on how your bill might affect teaching about our complex history and some of the current issues Americans in the territories might face?
Well, thank you so much for this opportunity to clarify this. First of all, this has nothing to do with covering past mistakes. Matter of fact, the beauty of our country is the fact that our history shows our past mistakes. We start off with the concept of becoming a more perfect union. You can't say how powerful that is to have humble founders who realized they were not perfect, but in time we can be much, much better. And that's exactly what our country has become. It's important that as we move forward, that we not only tell the history of our country, tell the history of my history, of segregation, of coming through that process, of how my race dealt with that. All that's important, and the most important thing from that is how far we've come. I'm sitting here now with my friend from Guam, from territory of Guam, and I'm from Utah, with a history, if you go back far enough, that would say we would never be here. But here in this country, because we believe in a more perfect union, because we believe that all men are created equal, because we believe that we the people become one in time with history, then we can truly give our kids a great, much, much greater opportunity to have a vision ahead of us. So it's important that we do not teach our past history as if it's our present path. And that's what this is all about. Let's be honest. Yes, we made mistakes, but look how far we've come. Look at what we're doing together as we the people today. And if we have teachers, we have folks who understand that process, we give our kids more hope, more vision, more opportunity, and they can become even more perfect than we are today if given the opportunity that they see our past for what it is. So thank you for that question. Just know this is to give our kids, no matter where they are in this great nation, a chance to see that they can truly have even something better to pass on to their kids.
I thank my colleague very much for that clear explanation. And Mr. Chairman, I support this measure, and I thank you very much. I yield.
Gentleman yields. Does the gentlelady from North Carolina wish to be recognized? Ms. Adams?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word, speaking
You're
opposition
recognized
to
for
the bill.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first of all say that I support strong civics education. I support teaching our students American history, government, geography, and the ongoing work of democracy in this country. But this bill does not meet the moment our schools are facing right now. Schools need stability. They need clear guidance. They need resources, and they need teachers, counselors, and civil rights enforcement, and a Department of Education that can actually answer the phone when states, districts, students, and families need help. Instead, this bill gives them another political fight. The American history and civics programs were created to help teachers teach history well and prepare students to understand our democracy. These programs support teacher training, student resources, and academics that help young people better understand our institutions and their responsibilities as citizens. Rather than strengthen that work, this bill would restrict those grants by using vague and politically loaded terms from President Trump's executive orders. This bill can limit what history can be taught in classrooms and may cause schools to pull back from certain instructional materials or teach preparation because they are worried about keeping access to federal funds. Well, that's not helping schools. That's putting one more burden on schools already dealing with too much. At the same time, this administration has cut the Department of Education's workforce dramatically. Committee staff noted that the administration's reduction in force cut the department's staff in half, reducing the staff available to answer questions from state and local education leaders. And so we know these cuts have real consequences. When the Office of Civil Rights is weakened, students and families are left waiting. students with disabilities, students facing harassment, students experiencing discrimination, and families trying to get help are left wondering whether anyone at the federal level is still there to protect them. The Government Accountability Office reported that the administration announced a reduction in force and reorganization that would cut OCR's workforce by about half, and that from March to September 2025, OCR received more than 9,000 complaints of alleged discrimination and resolved more than 7,000, about 90%, through dismissals. Well, that should concern every member of this committee, because civil rights enforcement is not paperwork. It is not bureaucracy. It's how we make sure that a child with a disability gets the services they're entitled to. It's how we make sure that a student is not denied opportunity because of race, sex, disability, religion, or national origin. It is how we make sure that schools are safe and fair places for every child. So I have to ask, why are we spending time on this bill when OCR needs support? Why are we debating another culture war bill when schools are asking for help with staffing shortages and learning loss and chronic absenteeism and student mental health and special education services and funding uncertainty? Why are we telling teachers what not to say instead of giving them the tools to do their jobs? My colleagues on the other side of the aisle often say that they want to return education to the states, but this bill does the opposite. It inserts Washington politics into teacher training and civics instruction, while schools are already trying to navigate the chaos created by federal cuts and uncertainty. And so if we truly care about civics education, then we should invest in it. We should support teachers, we should protect the Office for Civil Rights, and we should make sure that the Department of Education has the staff and the capacity to serve students and families and schools. And what we should not do is pass a bill that creates confusion, chills honest instruction, and distracts from the real problems that schools are facing. So for those reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady, and I recognize the gentlelady from Connecticut, Mrs. Hayes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
As I sit here and hear debate on this piece of legislation, this does not do anything that it says it is supposed to do. As a history and social studies teacher, I taught civics and government and many of the things that we're discussing here for close to 15 years. 2,700 days in the classroom, not counting before and after school work or any of my summer work. And I can tell you that this committee talks more about sexual orientation and ideology and gender ideology than I ever heard in all of those years in the classroom. That's just not what teachers do. That's not what teachers talk about. That's not what teachers focus on. But what I will say when we're talking about the teaching of these things, many of my colleagues have referenced our founding documents and what our founding fathers may have put in these documents. But over those 250 years, we didn't just evolve to be the more perfect union that we are striving to be. People challenged those ideas. People showed up and asked questions. So the idea that young people today can't do that is just not what education is supposed to do. Teachers operate under, as a social studies teacher, I had to work under the social studies framework, our standards, the C3 framework, which you teach children how to recognize bias, write persuasively, examine critical ideas. You don't tell them what to think. You give them the tools in order to evaluate the information that they're receiving. So what we're hearing today is that people are afraid of students having all of the information. And it's really hard to defend this piece of legislation at a time where we're seeing the gutting of the Voting Rights Act, a piece of landmark legislation that was borne out over time and challenge and sacrifice and civil rights movements. Kids should learn all of those things in the classroom. And then I think probably the most egregious of all of this is the naming of the bill. The person that this bill is meant to uplift, while he was entitled to his own ideas, there are many people who do not feel the same way as my Republican colleagues, and that's just not the work that we should be engaged in on this committee. If you want to make sure, if we want to, as my colleague Ms. Adams said, there are many ways that we can support teachers and the education of students and making sure that they have the resources that they need, making sure that, I remember as a first-year teacher, photocopying and making copies of primary source information to give to my students because I didn't have it in the classroom, taking money out of my pocket to make sure that students had all of these things and we can have robust conversations, subscribing to, different mediums, just so that my students in my class could have access to all of these things that weren't provided by the district. Those are some of the things that we could work on in order to improve civic education. But limiting access to information is not how we do that. And it is remarkable. It is remarkable that in the same sentence that we talk about how far we've come as a nation, that this piece of legislation is being put forth that takes us decades back. I respect the author of this bill who is submitting this, but I have to say that I disagree because I guess my experience has been a lot different than Mr. Owens. My experience has been a lot different. It doesn't mean I love this country any less. It doesn't mean that I am not proud of the work and the progress that we have done. It means that I am honest about our history, and I know that I cannot take it for granted, and I know that the work and the sacrifices of others before me requires my participation in our civic society so that we can continue to move forward towards the idea of a more perfect union. We are not there yet. We have work to do. We have come a long way, but this is not the piece of legislation that does this. And I think that it really dismisses the hard work of teachers and educators every day by thinking they can be reduced to just indoctrinating students and not really investing in the profession and the future that they believe in and they love and care about, and the students who they know deserve it. I will be voting no, and with that I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Does the gentleman from Virginia wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this bill would prohibit federal teacher training and preparation funds for American history and civics education provided through the Elementary and Secondary Education Act from being used to teach discriminatory equity ideology and gender ideology. I think it should be said that federal government should want children to be taught the full breadth of our country's history, including the parts that are hard to talk about, and our teachers should be able to access training that help them do just that. But this bill is just another example of the majority promoting its view of history, and frankly, why the federal government needs to stay out of the curriculum. Discriminatory equity ideology means different things to different people. The gentleman from Guam went to great lengths to talk about discrimination in our history. The gentleman from Utah talked about slavery. I don't know how you can talk about those without talking about discriminatory equity ideology. The gentleman from Utah said, well, that's in the past, let's talk about the present. Well, how do you talk about the recent Louisiana versus Calais case on redistricting, where the Supreme Court said you could have discriminatory districts and prove it? Prove the districting plan discriminates against has the effect of discriminating against African Americans, but you have no recourse unless you can show it wasn't partisan as well as racial. there's no recourse to a racially discriminatory plan if the people who did it claim that it was partisan rather than racial. I don't know how you, I mean, it's just different things to different people. This bill would prohibit teaching that kind of discrimination and other subjects that I think most people think ought to be taught, like how to teach discrimination and how to teach diverse student bodies. Those are the kinds of things that teachers may need training in. This bill would prevent it. And while we should be addressing science, math, special education shortages, majority is promoting anti-trans legislation that does nothing to get highly trained, highly qualified professionals into our classrooms. It limits the training around history and civics that an educator can receive, and for those reasons, we should defeat the legislation, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any others who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment and the nature of the substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment and the nature of the substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Are there any members who would like to offer amendments? I recognize the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk to the underlying text.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8705, offered by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon, identifier BONAMI_100.
Does the gentleman from Utah reserve a point of order?
Reserve a point of order.
A point of order is reserved, and I now recognize the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I agree, and I know all of my colleagues here agree with the need for accurate civics and history education, but this bill is about censorship. It's not about accurate history and civics education. It seeks to define what history is taught and how, and it seeks to limit what history is taught and how it is taught. And Mr. Chairman, should this bill pass, I would expect to see legal challenges, chilling of free speech, and also some chaos and confusion in classrooms across the country. What can you say? What can you talk about? But I'm going to try to make it a little bit better. It's not going to fix the bill, but I'm going to try to make it a little bit better with this amendment that would guarantee that no funds under this bill would be used to promote hate or discrimination, both of which we are seeing a lot these days. When people say things like, quote, "Black women do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously," end quote, or, quote, "The transgender thing happening in America is a throbbing middle finger to God," close quote, statements like that add to the division in our nation. And although viewpoint diversity is important, there is no place for hate speech in our schools and in our society. And recently, we've even heard someone say, "We need more Islamophobia," end quote. "Fear of Islam is rational," close quote. These statements send a message that discriminating against someone for their religious beliefs is acceptable. And let me be clear, it is not. Just this week, we saw a violent attack at an Islamic center in San Diego that left 3 people dead. Hateful rhetoric, like the remarks above, embolden these kinds of attacks. Political violence is unacceptable, period, and hatred is unacceptable, period. So my amendment would ensure that funds used to support our public schools do not go to those who support hate against any historically marginalized communities. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Does the gentleman insist on a point of order?
Withdraw my point of order.
Reservation is withdrawn. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris, do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak in opposition to this amendment.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to speak against this amendment primarily because it is totally unnecessary. The core implication of this amendment is that the bill that's been introduced without this amendment would somehow otherwise ban teaching about racism, ban teaching about misogyny, or ban treatment about mistreatment of minorities. But the facts are nothing could be further from the truth. Instead, this bill prohibits civics funding from being used to teach that the United States is fundamentally racist, sexist, or otherwise discriminatory. Listen, critical race theory, as espoused, for example, in the 1619 Project, holds that the entire system of American self-government is irreparably shot through with racism or systemic discrimination. Critical race theory attacks, actually, colorblind and race-neutral, such as the Constitution, as being inherently inequitable. It assumes that every element of government was established to benefit the privileged. That's very different from teaching that slavery is real, that racism is real, and that misogyny is real. America has had, as the lead on this bill already, Mr. Owens pointed out, America has had and still has many flaws. And this bill would do nothing to prohibit teaching that. However, America's story is one of progress. The American experiment in self-government is unique in world history. American self-government combined with capitalism has been maybe the greatest engine in world history for expanding opportunity and lifting marginalized communities out of poverty. I just think, again, the core implication of the amendment is that without it, that somehow we're going to ban teaching on these important issues. That is just not the truth. And so I rise in opposition to this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote it down. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Are there any others who wish to speak on this amendment? No. Seeing none.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Does the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, speak to the amendment.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to read the amendment. It says that you're adding a provision that says no funds may be used for anti-trans, anti-Arab, anti-immigrant, or racism, including anti-black hate, anti-Semitism, or misogyny, or hate against other historically marginalized populations. If it doesn't pass, that would, I guess, funds could be used for that. So I guess we have a choice. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Are there any others that wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment by the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request
a roll call vote is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8705? The gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, do you wish to be recognized for an amendment?
I wish to be recognized, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, AMD_587.
The clerk will identify the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8705, offered by Ms. Adams of North Carolina, identifier Adam NC_587.
Does the gentleman from Utah wish to reserve a point of order?
Point of order, please.
Point of order is reserved. I now recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, to speak for 5 minutes on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment, which makes one simple clarification. Nothing in this act shall be construed to prevent the teaching of the horrors of slavery in American history. That should not be controversial. If we're going to talk about American history and civics, then we have to be willing to tell the truth about American history and civics. We cannot teach the founding of this country without teaching the contradiction that existed at the very beginning. We cannot teach freedom without teaching slavery. We cannot teach the Constitution without teaching the millions of people who were excluded from its promises. And we cannot teach Reconstruction, civil rights, voting rights, or the long struggle for equal justice without teaching what made those struggles necessary in the first place. And that's not in contradiction. That's history. And our students are strong enough to learn the truth. The concern with this bill is that its broad and politically charged language may create confusion for schools and teachers. Committee staff has already warned that this bill may limit what history can be taught in classrooms and may influence local decisions about instructional materials and teacher preparation because schools do not want to risk federal funding. As a retired educator for 40 years, I know what happens when politicians write vague restrictions and teachers are left to interpret them. Teachers start to avoid hard subjects, and districts start to pull back, and lessons get watered down, and students lose access to the full story of this country. We should not put teachers in a position where they have to wonder whether an honest lesson about slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, redlining, or the civil rights movement could be labeled political or divisive. This amendment does not require any school to adopt a particular curriculum. It does not tell states or local districts how to teach. It does not force one political viewpoint into the classroom. It simply says that nothing in this bill should be used to stop schools from teaching the horrors of slavery in American history. Slavery is not a side issue in American history. It is central to American history. It shaped the nation's founding. It shaped our Constitution. It shaped our economy, and it shaped the fight for freedom that continued long after emancipation. Our students deserve to learn that history honestly. They deserve to learn about the cruelty and the violence of slavery, but also about the resistance, the courage, the faith, the family and humanity of enslaved people who fought to survive and be free. And they deserve to understand that democracy is not something that we inherited perfectly. It's something generations of Americans had to fight to make real. If this bill is truly about strengthening civics and history education, then this amendment should be easy to accept. Because civics is not just about memorizing the three branches of government. It's about understanding who had power, who was denied it, and how people organized, protested, legislated, and sacrificed to expand the promise of America. So, again, my amendment is straightforward. It gives teachers and school districts clarity. It protects the teaching of the horrors of slavery in American history, and it makes clear that this act should not be used to erase, avoid, or sanitize one of the most important and painful chapters in our nation's story. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Does the gentleman from Utah insist on his point of order?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Democrat amendment is totally unnecessary.
Do you insist on your point of order?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Point of order is withdrawn?
Yes, I withdraw.
Point of order is reservation is withdrawn. Now I recognize the gentleman from Utah.
Thank you.
For the purpose of speaking to the amendment.
The Democrat amendment is totally unnecessary. The core implication of this amendment is that our bill, without this amendment, would otherwise ban teaching slavery. Nothing could be further from the truth. No one, I would suggest again, no one is suggesting that slavery cannot be taught under this bill. Instead, the bill prohibits civil funds from being used to teach that the United States is fundamentally racist, sexist, or otherwise discriminatory. As I mentioned before, the critical race theory, which was taught for decades, says that America is systemically racist. Critical race theory attacks colorblind and race-neutral laws, such as the Constitution, as being inherently inequitable. It assumes that every element of our government is established to benefit the privileged. That's very difficult. That's very different from the teaching that slavery is real. We should be honest about America's history and acknowledge that we haven't lived up to all our values. That's one of the blessings of living in this country, is we have rights and freedom to speak up when we see gross injustice, such as slavery. Our country is undergirded by fundamental values, such as inherent dignity of every person, and we should teach that. That's very different from saying American values themselves are corrupt or a sham or entrenched the powerful at the expense of the weak. That's the problem this bill would address. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Are there any others who wish to speak on the amendment? I recognize the gentleman, ranking member from Virginia, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment does not mention critical race theory. It just says that nothing in this act or the amendments made by this act may be construed to prohibit the teaching of the indignities of slavery, including with respect to rape, physical abuse, and mutilation of enslaved people, and the subsequent harm that enslaved people faced after slavery. Now, if the bill does not prohibit the teaching as this amendment suggests, then okay, but there may be some that don't want that taught. This amendment would make it clear that it can be taught. And so, again, we have a choice. We can let the teaching of slavery go forward accurately, or we can use this bill to prohibit that teaching. I would agree with the gentlelady from North Carolina and agree with her amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Are there any others who wish to speak on this amendment? Since there are none, the question is on the amendment by the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. An amendment is not agreed to.
Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8705? I recognize the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Grijalva, for the purposes of offering an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8705, offered by Ms. Grijalva of Arizona, identifier GRIJAZ_114.
Does the gentleman from Utah wish to reserve a point of order?
Point of order.
A point of order is reserved. I now recognize the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Grijalva, for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to offer an amendment to the underlying text, but I have to say this has been a surreal discussion in this committee hearing room today. The fact that we are debating teaching the true history and present of this nation. We have to know where we have been to move forward together. My amendment specifically would ensure that teaching about the history and contributions of immigrants to developing our country and the discrimination many immigrant communities have faced is protected. By adding this clarification, we prevent the bill from being used intentionally or unintentionally to suppress or exclude historical topics related to immigrant communities, including but not limited to the migration to Ellis Island in New York, Angel Island in San Francisco, the cultural and economic contributions of migration from Latin America and community across the U.S. southern border. Banning the teaching of immigrant contributions in school at a time when ICE enforcement is ripping students and teachers out of classrooms and is tearing families apart does nothing to increase academic outcomes in American history and civics. It is an attempt to further silence an already marginalized community. Beyond the substance of the bill, the decision to name this bill after a polarizing political figure unnecessarily injects partisanship into what should be a thoughtful and serious discussion about education policy. We have already seen in Arizona that efforts to commemorate Mr. Kirk through measures such as a highway renaming proposals or specialty license plates generated more division than value for the public. Our focus should be on expanding educational opportunity and ensuring students receive a complete and honest understanding of American history, not in advancing political symbolism that distracts from the mission. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Now I recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak in opposition to this amendment.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As mentioned with the other amendments previously, this amendment is totally unnecessary. Again, like the others, the core implication of this amendment is that our bill, without this amendment, would somehow ban the teaching about immigration. So let me just say again, nothing could be further from the truth. Instead, as I've mentioned, this bill prohibits civic funds from being used to teach that the United States is fundamentally racist, sexist, or otherwise discriminatory. And that's very different from acknowledging that immigration is a real issue and that there's benefits and there's flaws in our immigration system. So let me be clear once again, our bill does not mean that civic funds have to be spent teaching that America is perfect. In fact, we all know our Constitution was written to form a more perfect union. Our founding fathers realized there was much more work to do, and listen, frankly, we should aspire to the same goal today, making our country better. There's nothing in this bill that will prohibit teaching that America can improve. But what is here is this bill prohibits teaching that America is shot through with oppression, that it's fundamentally racist, and that the American system of government is perpetually biased toward the rich and the powerful. Listen, if America were such a systemically racist country, I don't think any immigrant would be trying to come here. But immigrants themselves, at least the ones I've spoken with throughout my district, will tell you that America, for all of its flaws, is the best hope of the free world. No country in the world has ever been such an engine of economic opportunity, of liberty, and of hope for impoverished people. That's why so many people are wanting to get in. So again, I come back to where I started. This amendment is unnecessary, and I stand in opposition to it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does the gentleman from Utah continue to reserve a point of order?
Yes, I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Are there any others who wish to speak? I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very simple amendment. Just make sure that you can discuss the teaching of the contributions of immigrants, including the discrimination they faced. And I don't know how you can do that without transgressing into, quote, discriminatory equity ideology. It just makes it clear that you can talk about the discrimination immigrants faced without violating the provisions of the bill. Very simple. And I think history is history. We'll see what happens to that history on this vote.
The gentleman yields. Are there any others who seek recognition on the amendment? Seeing none, then the question is on the amendment by the gentlelady from North Carolina, or excuse me, from Arizona, Ms. Grijalva. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Ask for a recorded vote, please.
A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 8705? I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott, for purposes of amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, AMD_04.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8705, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier Scott_AMD_04.
Does the gentleman from Utah reserve a point of order?
Reserve point of order. Yes.
Excuse me. We're having a little confusion about it's number 4.
404, AMD04.
LGBTQ. Scott.
Just to make sure,
on that one.
I'll ask the gentleman to
AMD 03.
AMD 03, and I'll ask the clerk to identify the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8705, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier Scott_AMD_03.
Good. Now does the gentleman from Utah reserve a point of order?
Yes, I'd like to reserve point of order.
Point of order is reserved. I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott, for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is a very simple rule of construction. It says nothing in this act or the amendments made by this act may be construed to prohibit the teaching of the role of LGBTQ people in the history of the United States, including with respect to Harvey Milk, his contributions to the United States politics and his assassination, or Marsha P. Johnson, her work as a transgender rights activist, and her role in the Stonewall Rebellion. The amendment adds a rule of construction permitting the teaching of that history and historical figures when teaching American history. It's essential that when we teach LGBTQ history, it has contributed to the growth of our nation rather than erase it. If we did that, it would be erasing a community's past, and that's one of the most effective ways to marginalize them in the present. Legislation that attacks marginalized communities only increases discrimination and harassment, which leads to adverse mental health outcomes for members of the LGBTQ community. In 2021, 68% of all LGBTQI+ students surveyed reported feeling unsafe in their school environment due to their perceived sexual orientations, gender identity, or expression. In addition, more than 3/4 of LGBTQ students who attended school in person during the surveyed period reported experiencing in-person verbal harassment based on their sexual orientation, gender expression, or gender at some point in the past year. This amendment protects educators' ability to be trained in teaching methods and support of inclusion and acceptance of students regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. And for that reason, I support the amendment and hope it's adopted. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does the gentleman from Utah?
I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. I now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Miller, for purposes of speaking on the amendment.
Thank you. The Democrat amendment misses the point of the bill. This bill bans teaching for radical gender ideology, and that term is clearly defined. President Trump's executive order says gender ideology replaces the biological category of sex with an ever-shifting concept of self-assessed gender identity, permitting the false claim that males can identify as and thus become women, and vice versa, and requiring all institutions of society to regard this false claim as true. Gender ideology includes the idea that there is a vast spectrum of genders that are disconnected from one's sex. Gender ideology is internally inconsistent in that it diminishes sex as an identifiable or useful category, but nevertheless maintains that it is possible for a person to be born in the wrong-sexed body. Prohibiting this teaching is good policy. Federal funds should support accurate biological information, not inaccurate teachings, such as that a man can become a woman or that a man can become pregnant. The Democrat amendment would directly contradict this goal. I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Are there others who wish to speak to this amendment? Seeing none, hearing none, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8705? I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott, for purpose of amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the desk, AMD_04.
The clerk,
I think they have it now.
the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8705, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier Scott_AMD_04.
Does the gentleman from Utah wish to reserve a point of order? A point of order is reserved. I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment adds a simple but essential clarification that the definition of discriminatory equity ideology does not include teaching about the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol or the heroic actions of the Capitol Police who defended this institution. This clarification is necessary because under the bill's definition, teaching about January 6th could be mischaracterized as making white students feel blamed or stereotyped for actions committed in the past by other members of the same race, color, sex, national origin in which the individual played no part, since most of the rioters that day were white. We cannot allow this definition to be used to silence educators or to prevent students from learning about what happened on January 6th, including the lies that fueled the attack and the bravery of the officers who protected the Capitol. It is well documented that President Trump was reluctant to condemn the actions of his supporters, even as violence unfolded. And he has since claimed the rioters posed, quote, zero threat, saying some of them went in and they're hugging and kissing the police and the guards. They had a great relationship. In reality, many rioters violently clashed with police, smashing windows, ramming doors, and assaulting officers. Dozens of officers were severely injured defending the Capitol and protecting the peaceful transfer of power. And to add insult to injury, just this week, a spokesman for Trump's legal team claimed that President Trump, his family, supporters, and countless other American First patriots were illegally targeted by law enforcement following the announcement that the administration had created a $1.8 billion lawfare fund in exchange for Trump dropping a $10 billion IRS lawsuit. Two Capitol Police officers who defended the Capitol in January have now filed suit to block that fund. Their lawsuit states plainly that the January 6 rioters engaged in an insurrection by attacking the Capitol to prevent the lawful certification of a presidential election. These officers put their lives on the line to protect democracy. Students deserve to learn the truth about what happened that day, and nothing in this bill should be twisted to prevent that. This amendment ensures that teaching factual history is not treated as discrimination and that courage of the Capitol Police is not erased from the classroom. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Does the gentleman from Utah insist on a point of order? Point of order is withdrawn. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment?
Yeah.
I recognize myself to speak to the amendment for 5 minutes. I hate to say this, but I think this amendment is a solution in search of a problem. Discriminatory equity ideology is clearly defined, and there's no need to further define what this means. The definition is President Trump's executive order, which says, among other things, and I quote, discriminatory equity ideology means an ideology that treats individuals as members of preferred or disfavored groups rather than as individuals and minimizes agency, merit, and capability in favor of immoral generalizations, including that members of one race, color, sex, or national origin are morally or inherently superior to members of another race, color, sex, or national origin, An individual, by virtue of the individual's race, color, sex, or national origin, is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously. The United States is fundamentally racist, sexist, or otherwise discriminatory, end quote. There's no need to further clarify the definition, I believe. And I believe this amendment is going totally off topic in an effort to score political points against the president. I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8705? I recognize Mr. Scott, the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, to speak to
Mr. Chairman, I have
present a new amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the desk AMD_06.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8705, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier Scott_AMD_06.
Does the gentleman from Utah reserve a point of order?
Yes, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott, for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment would ensure that the bill would not prohibit the educators from being trained to teach facts related to involvement of any member of the current presidential administration or any former presidential administration in investigations of sexual trafficking of children or grooming children for sexual trafficking. Real-world examples, such as the case involving Jeffrey Epstein, matter because our children deserve to know a complete history based on facts, not just things that support certain political ideology or promote the belief that our political leaders are without flaws. This amendment assures that educators can be trained to teach history using facts even when there are uncomfortable truths. And now I guess on this amendment we'll find out whether this is going to be hidden hidden away and blocked by this legislation. I would hope that it wouldn't. I'd hope that the teachers could be trained on this difficult subject, but we'll see. Yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does the gentleman from Utah reserve a point of order?
I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. I recognize the gentleman from Utah to speak on this amendment. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, the Democrat amendment is a solution in search of a problem. Discriminatory equity ideology is clearly defined, and there's no need to further define what this means. The definition is President Trump's executive order, which is worth reading again, says, among other things, discriminatory equity ideology means an ideology that treats individuals as members of a preferred or disfavored groups rather than individuals and minimizes agency, merit, capability in favor of immoral generalizations, and that include members of one race, color, sex, or national origin that morally or inherently superior to members of another race, color, sex, or national origin. An individual, by virtue of individual's race, color, sex, or national origin, is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously. The United States is fundamentally racist, sexist, or otherwise discriminatory. There's no need to further clarify that definition or offer an off-topic rule of construction. Democrats are going totally off-topic in an effort to score political points. This amendment has nothing to do with the actual substance of the bill, nor is there anything in the bill that will make this amendment necessary. I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Are there any others who seek recognition on the amendment? Seeing none, the question then is on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. An amendment is not agreed to. Roll call vote is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcements. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8705?
Tell somebody.
Seeing none, further action on H.R. 8705 is postponed. We will now move to consider the next bill. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 7362 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7362, a bill to amend the Employment Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 to simplify the filing of Form 5500 for employee benefit plan administrators.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Mr. Grothman, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk. I'm kind of surprised. I thought the room was going to fill up for this thing, but okay, I have an amendment at the desk.
Take any benefits you can get, okay? The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7362, offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin, identifier H.R. 7362_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Mr. Grothman for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
H.R. 7362, the Form 5500 Filing Simplification Act is bipartisan legislation designed to modernize and simplify outdated federal reporting requirements for employer-sponsored benefit plans governed by the Employee Retirement Income Security Act, ERISA. Specifically, H.R. 7362 establishes a single uniform filing deadline for annual reports required under ERISA. Under current law, plan administrators do not have enough time to complete all necessary reporting requirements before the filing deadline. Also, there's a shortage of people to fill out these forms at that time due to other things going on. As a result, many are forced to submit an extension requirement using Form 5558 simply to file their Form 5500 on time. It's a redundant two-step process which increased paperwork and compliance costs without improving oversight of protections for the participants. H.R. 7362 provides a common sense fix by cutting red tape while maintaining strong oversight and accountability. 7362 will allow employers to spend less time navigating duplicative paperwork requirements and more time serving workers and beneficiaries. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the ANS, which makes technical changes to the bill. You know, we all hear of too much paperwork. Here we found something that we felt was bipartisan, at least until a couple days ago, just a way to, employers have one less form to worry about. And can I also, without objection, I'd like to enter into the record 7 letters supporting this bill from CHRO Association, the ERISA Industry Council, the American Retirement Association, NFIB, the Small Business Council of America, the Spark Institute, and the American Benefits Council.
Without objection, they'll be introduced.
Thank you.
The gentleman yields. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott, to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the ANS makes technical changes to the underlying bill, which primarily establishes a new statutory deadline for filing a Form 5500. In the current law, a plan administrator is typically required to file its annual Form 5500 in the summer, but may request an extension of up to 2.5 months, which pushes the deadline to mid-October. The most common way for a plan to request an extension is through filing a Form 5558 with the IRS. This is a simple one-page document. Here it is. That can be easily filed as long as Form 5558 is properly completed and filed before the deadline for 5500 is initially due. The request extension will be automatically approved. In practice, that means the plan has close to 10 months in total to file its Form 5500. Our Republican colleagues have said that the bill establishes a single unified deadline for filing Form 5500. And I'd like to ask the bill's sponsor, the gentleman from Wisconsin, is there anything in the bill that expressly prohibits a plan from requesting an extension beyond the newly established deadline of October 15th?
No, I don't believe so.
So there is a prohibition. So October 15th is it, period?
I believe so.
I'm sorry?
I believe so.
You have a section that points to that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You have right now, under the present law, you have an automatic right to an extension.
Right.
Is that repealed in the bill?
I believe the intent was that it be repealed.
Well, reclaiming my time, I thank the gentleman. So I think at best the bill is unclear as to whether the extension would be permitted beyond the newly established deadline, October 15th. There's a process for getting an extension. If it's not repealed, then presumably you can extend under that same provision another 2.5 months. One can make a very convincing case that an extension on top of the latter statutory deadline would still be possible unless there's some repeal in the law. And that just takes things in the wrong direction. There's already a significant issue with respect to the timeliness of Form 5500 data. The most recent document called Private Pension Plan Bulletin, published in January 2026, summarizes Form 5500 data for planned years ending in 2023. Congress should be working together and leveraging technology to encourage plans to file these forms sooner so data can be more relevant and usable for the public. By the time you get the data, some of these plans may already be so insolvent that nothing can be done. It'd be nice to get that data on a more timely basis. I yield to the gentleman.
Yeah, I'll make that categorical. The bill says the IRS has to, in their instructions, make it clear that that is the filing deadline. You don't get an additional extension.
Okay, thank the gentleman for that clarification. Mr. Chairman, hundreds of thousands of retirement plans and tens of thousands of other employee benefit plans meet the current annual statutory deadline for filing, and a similar number of plans seek an extension. For those plans that need an extension, there's an easy process. It's automatic. And I'm just seeing that no one has said that the total 10-month period is too short. What I am seeing with respect to workers' ability to save for retirement. Workers' retirement security starts with their economic security, and right now many workers are struggling to pay bills and meet basic needs, let alone save for retirement. Committee Republicans should be focused on making life more affordable for these workers and their families, and that starts with raising the minimum wage, reducing healthcare costs, ensuring workers can join a union so they can negotiate for better wages. Unionized workers are more likely to have access to retirement benefits through their employer than non-unionized their counterparts. And we need data to make sure these plans, so we can find out what's going on in these plans. We spent we spent billions of dollars saving plans from the multi-employer pension fund because they had gone broke. Be nice to get the data in a timely fashion so that we can take action maybe to save the plans before it's too late. So I urge opposition to H.R. 7362 because it's going in the wrong direction, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Are there any members who would like to offer amendments? There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7362. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. We'll now move on to consider the next bill. The committee will now proceed to consideration of Bill H.R. 7895 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7895, a bill to amend Section 408 of the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 to prohibit kickbacks to pharmacy benefit managers.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Mr. Allen, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the desk.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7895, offered by Mr. Allen of Georgia, identifier H.R. 7895_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Mr. Allen for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pharmacy benefit managers, or PBMs, are third-party intermediaries that wield enormous power over the prescription drug supply chain, affecting 90 million patients covered by ERISA health plans. Yet PBMs operate through a complex and opaque system of fees and rebates that drive up costs for patients and employers, while lining the pockets of PBM middlemen. To navigate this system, employers often hire consultants or brokers to help design and manage their health plans. These consultants and brokers are trusted to act in the best interest of employees and employers. Too often, however, consultants and advisors are incentivized to steer employers to a particular PBM in exchange for significant financial kickbacks from those PBMs. These arrangements are rarely transparent, leaving employers in the dark about the financial incentives influencing plan recommendations, while patients continue to face rising drug costs and higher insurance premiums. Employers deserve to know that their consultants and brokers are providing independent, unbiased guidance, not recommendations influenced by hidden financial incentives. That is why I introduced H.R. 7895, the PBM Kickback Prohibition Act. It would prohibit PBMs from paying kickbacks to brokers or consultants in exchange for steering health plans toward preferred PBMs. This is a key element of President Trump's great health care plan and will eliminate these opaque pricing tactics, which will help lower health care costs for patients and employers. Today, I'm offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute to strengthen the bill and ensure PBMs cannot evade these prohibitions by simply calling the kickbacks something else. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the A&S and the underlying bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of substitute? Does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
Okay. Mr. Chairman.
I recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, to speak to the amendment in the nature of the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment in nature of substitute makes extensive changes in the underlying text of H.R. 7895, the PBM Kickback Prohibition Act. While we've only had 24 hours to examine this dramatically rewritten version, I assume this overhaul was in response to some of the criticisms we made to the earlier original introduced legislation. Many people noted that the introduced version of the bill suffered from serious loopholes that would have essentially allowed entities to mischaracterize referral fees to avoid compliance. Had we been included in the legislation, we could have worked to address that, but I want to thank the gentleman from Georgia for rewriting that provision, and it seems that we have fixed that in the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This is an unfortunate way to address the issue. The committee has in the past worked in a bipartisan manner, and hopefully we can do better in the future. Some of these reforms some of the reforms that we've worked on PBMs have become law already, particularly in the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2026. That said, I support the A&S because it addresses a significant issue that is of concern to consumers and employers alike. In 2023, there was a publication that investigated PBMs and found that they commonly pay referral fees to brokers and consultants that influence recommendations to employers when they are designing their health care plans. This often raises costs for plan sponsors who receive conflicted advice from brokers and consultants. Prohibiting these payments is a positive step, but the bill still remains an incomplete product. Thanks to reporting from outlets like ProPublica, we have known for years that similar payments are common throughout the healthcare system, not just PBMs. And this bill could be strengthened substantially by ensuring that its requirements apply to all covered service providers. I hope this deficiency can be addressed as the legislation goes forward. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
It's too late for a point of order.
I don't think we have a need yet for point of order to be reserved. There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will now move to consideration of amendments. Are there any members who would like to offer amendments? I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaulnier, for purpose of amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate the discussion as the ranking member on the subcommittee. And I'm generally supportive of the A&S, which addresses a problem that has been well documented by outlets such as STAT. PBMs commonly pay what are essentially...
Will the gentleman offer the amendment?
Yes, I'm sorry. I got ahead of myself.
The clerk will identify the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7895, offered by Mr. DeSaulnier of California. Identifier DeSaulnier _ H.R. 7895 _ AMD _ 1.
Gentleman from Georgia, reserve a point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaulnier, for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to get ahead of the clerk. So, as I said, I'm generally supportive of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. The issues around PBMs, won't repeat that part. But this conflicted advice can result in employers getting a bad deal on behalf of their workers, raising health care costs for both workers and their families. I'm concerned that the scope of the legislation is too narrow. By only focusing on payments made by PBMs to brokers and consultants, which is a good step, the bill ignores the vast range of other middlemen who may also engage in similar practices. There is nothing in the bill that would address, for example, insurance companies or third-party administrators that might want to influence brokers and consultants by providing them with similar payments. This is not just speculation. As the ranking member of the full committee mentioned, we have known this is an issue for many years. In 2019, ProPublica published an influential report detailing payments to brokers and consultants from insurance companies. These include luxury vacations, large cash payments, and other compensation that have substantial impact on employers deciding which insurer to contract with when designing their health plans. Congress took a small step toward addressing this issue by passing transparency requirements under the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021. This has brought to light these payments in an unprecedented ways, but did not actually prohibit them. As a result, this remains a major issue. My amendment would address this through a simple change. It would strike language in the ANS that limits the kickback prohibition to PBMs. This would ensure it applies to all covered service providers described in ERISA, including insurers, third-party administrators, and others. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and yield back and thank the chairman for recognizing me.
Thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman from Georgia insist on a point of order?
If
you wish to withdraw?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
The reservation is withdrawn. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? I recognize the gentleman from Georgia for 5 minutes to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. PBMs wield immense power in the pharmaceutical drug supply chain, influencing which drugs patients can access and at what price. PBMs operate through a convoluted system of rebates, fees, and pricing mechanisms that drive up cost. Employers hire brokers and consultants to navigate this complex system. However, some brokers and consultants are being paid by PBMs to steer employers toward decisions that make more money for the PBMs but harm patients. Cracking down on PBMs paying kickbacks to consultants and brokers is a key feature of President Trump's great health care plan. Other entities may also be making steering payments to brokers and consultants. However, to address PBM's pharmaceutical monopoly, we must keep the scope of this bill focused on PBMs to lower costs as part of the President's great health care plan. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment.
The gentleman yields. Are there any others who seek recognition on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from California, Mr. Desaulniers. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 7895? There being no further amendments, further action on H.R. 7895 is postponed. We'll now move to consider the next bill. The committee will now proceed to consideration of Bill H.R. 8684. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8684, a bill to amend the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 to require group health plans and health insurance issuers offering group health insurance coverage to only pay claims submitted by hospitals that have in place policies and procedures to ensure accurate billing practices and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Mrs. Fox, For what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8684, offered by Ms. Fox of North Carolina, identifier H.R. 8684_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina, the Chairman Emeritus of this committee, Mrs. Fox, for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate your recognizing me and considering this bill, or considering this amendment. Hospital prices are the #1 driver of health care costs and account for 1 of every $3 spent on health care in the United States. In recent decades, provider consolidation has skyrocketed, reducing competition and driving up costs for patients and employers. One way this happens is through hidden facility fees. Hospitals often purchase outpatient clinics and then build services provided of those clinics as if they were delivered in a hospital setting, allowing them to charge additional facility fees to insurers with little transparency or accountability. Those higher costs are ultimately passed on to patients through higher premiums and increased out-of-pocket expenses. My bill, the Transparency in Billing Act, reaffirms a common-sense policy. Patients and health plans should pay for the care that is actually provided, not hidden or inflated charges. H.R. 8684 requires hospitals to receive a separate, unique health identifier for each off-campus outpatient department and to use that unique number or identifier on all claims submitted from those facilities. This allows plans to see exactly what services they're being charged for. The bill also protects employers and plan sponsors from paying claims unless hospitals bill honestly for their services. H.R. 8684 increases transparency, ensures hospitals are honestly and accurately billing for services, and helps lower health care costs for American families. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is purely technical in nature and makes no substantive changes to the legislation. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Does the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to first thank my colleague, Dr. Fox, for working with me on this bill over the last 2 Congresses. I'm glad that we're continuing to move forward in a bipartisan way to address this important issue. As she said, the ANS makes only technical changes to the underlying legislation, which improves billing in a commercial market to address opaque billing practices by hospitals that rise costs for both workers and businesses. According to CMS, the hospital industry accounts for 31% of overall health spending in the U.S. By addressing unfair billing practices, the legislation will help address this major driver of cost for all Americans. This is particularly important as across the country, hospitals are acquiring independent physician offices and converting them to hospital outpatient departments. Hospital outpatient departments often charge facility fees and receive higher reimbursement rates than physician offices or other lower cost settings, even when the care provided may be essentially identical. And while it may be appropriate and necessary for care provided in certain settings to receive higher reimbursement rates based on a variety of factors, this is not true across the board. In some instances, once a hospital acquires a physician's office, the only thing that changes is the sign on the door. The care provided is identical. This does not justify increased costs to the health care plan or the consumer. However, many hospitals do not obtain a unique provider identifier that clearly indicates the site of care. As a result, plans are unable to determine whether the higher reimbursements are warranted and often end up overpaying for care. Congress took a significant step towards addressing this issue in the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2026, which was enacted earlier this year. This included a provision that will require hospitals to provide a unique provider identifier when they bill Medicare beginning in 2028. However, this provision does not apply to privately insured individuals, including those covered through job-based health plans. This bill will address this gap by requiring unique provider identifiers when claims submitted to private health insurance plans. This will ensure this reform to the Medicare program will also extend to individuals covered by private health plans. So again, I want to thank Dr. Fox for her bipartisan work on the issue and urge my colleagues to support the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in nature of substitute? The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Messmer, do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Representative Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Congressman Messmer. I was very negligent in not thanking the gentleman from Virginia for working with me on this issue of transparency over the last several years. I think it's one of the most important things we've done, and we're moving closer and closer and closer to true billing. And I'm really grateful to him. I think we were way ahead of the curve, Mr. Scott. People are getting onto it now, and I appreciate the good work that we've been able to do on this issue. And thank you, Mr. Messmer, for yielding, and I yield back to you.
Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and I express appreciation, too, to the two members for working hard on this issue and working together. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
I recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word in support of the bill, and thank you. Let me also thank the gentlelady from North Carolina and the gentleman from Virginia for this bill. I do want to start with the question that I've been hearing most from my constituents. What's Congress doing to meet the demands of our country's health care affordability crisis? I know that to truly address the crisis, we need a massive amount of reform to truly change the industry for the better. But the Transparency in Billing Act is an important step in the right direction to address the skyrocketing patient costs. And so, as we are all aware, it's becoming more and more common for hospitals to buy up private physician practices. The American Medical Association estimates that the number of physicians working in private practices decreased from 60% in 2012 to 42% in 2024. At least 47% of physicians were employed by or affiliated with hospital systems in 2024, and that's up from less than 30% in 2012. I mention affordability because that's what the core concern of this bill is. Studies have found that following a private practice's consolidation with a hospital, the healthcare costs at this facility often go up. And many hospitals receive a higher facility-based reimbursement for services provided at these outpatient facilities. This happens despite the fact that outpatient sites do not have the same overhead costs as a hospital. What does this mean for patients? Well, for many patients, this means less affordable health care options in their community. So when we talk about the affordability crisis in health care, we need to talk about this issue. The Transparency in Billing Act will make it so that hospitals with separately located outpatient sites must bill commercial health plans using distinct national provider identified NPI numbers. Establishing these identifying numbers will increase transparency in claims data, making it clearer where the services actually took place and decrease these inflated payments. This is the first step to creating more fair pricing for patient health care services, and with bipartisan support for this bill, we're delivering on the needs of American patients. And for that reason, again, I thank my colleagues, but I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the bill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized? Seeing none, there being no further discussion on the amendment and the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Are there any members who would like to offer amendments? There being no amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8684. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of the substitute is agreed to. Pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess, subject to the call of the chair. We expect to reconvene promptly at 2 p.m. Thank you. The committee stands in recess. The committee will reconvene and come to order following our recess. We'll proceed to postpone requests for recorded votes. For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter the record 10 letters in opposition to H.R. 8736, one from the National Council on Disabilities, the rest from disability advocacy groups, the Alliance for Expanding America's Workforce, Association for People Supporting Employment First, ARC, Coalition to Promote Self-Determination, Melwood Family of Companies, National Association of Councils of Developmental Disabilities, National Disability Rights Network, National Down Syndrome Society, and the National Organization on Disability.
Without objection, they'll be received.
Thank you.
We'll now be voting on one amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8736. The amendment offered by Ms. McMath, titled McMath_AMD_EMTA. A recorded vote is offered and requested. Members will record their votes using electronic voting system. The clerk will open the board. The view is getting better all the time, but we haven't seen the... Well, I'm told that while this is refreshing, it's not refreshing to me, but it's refreshing. We're going to do it the old-fashioned way, and the clerk will be calling the roll. We'll be voting again on one amendment, the amendment offered by Ms. McBath. A recorded vote is requested. Members will respond as the clerk calls the roll. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Wahlberg.
No.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Wilson.
No.
Mr. Wilson votes no. Ms. Fox.
No.
Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Thompson. No. Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Grothman. No. Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen. No. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Comer.
See, this is what happened when I give you voice. We'll go. Members record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. It's good to see it opened. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 15 yeas and 18 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8736. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I hereby move the committee report the bill H.R. 8736 to the House of Representatives with amendment and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill do pass. The question now occurs on the chair's motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 18 yeas and 15 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to, H.R. 8736 as amended, and the accompanying materials shall be transmitted to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. We'll now be voting on 6 amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8705, the amendment offered by Ms. Bonamici, entitled Bonami_100. A recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 15 yeas and 19 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. We'll now be voting on the amendment offered by Ms. Adams, titled Adam NC 587. A recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 15 yeas and 19 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. We now move to the amendment offered by Representative Grijalva, Grijaz_114. A recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 15 yeas and 19 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. We now move to the amendment by Representative Scott_AMD_03. A recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 15 yeas and 19 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. We now move to the next Representative Scott amendment, Scott_AMD_04. A recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 15 yeas and 19 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. We now move to Representative Scott's amendment, Scott_AMD_06. A recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded or wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 15 yeas and 19 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8705. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I hereby move that the committee report the bill H.R. 8705 to the House of Representatives with amendment and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill do pass. The question now occurs on the chair's motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 19 yeas and 15 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 8705 as amended, and the accompanying material shall be transmitted to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I hereby move that the committee report the bill H.R. 7362 to the House of Representatives with amendment and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill do pass. The question now occurs on the chair's motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. For what a recorded vote is requested, members will record their votes using electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 22 yeas and 12 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 7362 as amended, and the accompanying material shall be transmitted to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. We'll now be voting on one amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7895. The amendment offered by Mr. Desaulnier entitled Desaulnier /H.R. 7806 /AMD1. A recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 15 yeas and 19 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7895. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I hereby move that the committee report the bill H.R. 7895 to the House of Representatives with amendment and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill do pass. The question now occurs on the chair's motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 34 yeas and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 7895 as amended, and the accompanying materials shall be transmitted to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I hereby move that the committee report the bill H.R. 8684 to the House of Representatives with amendment and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill do pass. The question now occurs on the chair's motion. All in favor say aye. 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 All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have, and the motion is agreed to. A recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 34 yeas and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 8684 as amended, and the accompanying materials shall be transmitted to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to today's bills. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, any members who wish to insert materials into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day today. If there is no further business before the committee, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
But they're probably down. Prescription drug prices are even to down. We're doing very well. It's been amazing. We had a big day yesterday. There'll always be transition difficulty, but we had in history, it was the biggest day in history, the markets. So we're very, very happy with the way the country's running. We're trying to get the world to treat us fairly. This is something that should have been done 25 years ago, and it wasn't. Should have been done 40 years ago, and it wasn't. But no president was willing to take it on, but you had to. It's not sustainable. It wasn't sustainable. And as you know, without a lot of money being added, this is a lot of money that we could add, the country is making approximately $2 billion a day. And when you think of it, we've never done that before, never come close to it. And the number is probably $3.5 billion a day. And that makes us a very strong country. But we have Scott here and Howard and some of the people that are working on deals, and the biggest problem they have is they don't have enough time in the day. Everybody wants to come and make a deal, and we're working with a lot of different countries, and it's all going to work out very well. I think it's going to work out really very well, but we're in good shape. There's no inflation. There's very little inflation, and I went 4 years without inflation, and I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China and others, taxes in China. But we took in hundreds of billions of dollars a year from China, and we had no inflation, essentially. So we think we're in very good shape. We think we're doing very well. Again, there'll be a transition cost and transition problems, but in the end, it's going to be a beautiful thing. We're doing again what we should have done many years ago. We let it get out of control, and we allowed some countries to get very big and very rich at our expense, and can't let that happen. It's not a sustainable formula. So I wanted to just thank everybody at the table, and maybe I'll go around and ask some of you a little short couple of answers. Pete just got back from Panama, and he's been all over the place, and you want to give us a little report on that and whatever else you might have to say. Everyone at this table is doing an incredible job, by the way, I have to say, incredible. And the relationships it's like they're friends. They're really, the relationships are very strong, really good, really strong. And these meetings are very good. And I think, I don't believe there's any other president that allowed the press to come into a meeting such as this. These are very sacred meetings. These are very private meetings, but we have nothing to hide. And I think it's good. I think it's a good, we want to be, a word you like to use, Jeff, is transparent. So we want to be transparent, and we'll do that by starting with Pete. Go ahead, Pete.
Yes, Mr. President, we just got back from Panama last night. We were at the Panama Canal with their Southcom commander ships, F-18s, troops, and signed a couple of historic deals. One which is with the Panama Canal Authority, a framework for U.S. vessels, first and free through the Panama Canal. Right. And then also a memorandum of understanding with their security minister for the presence of U.S. troops. Fort Sherman is an old U.S. base there, as well as a naval station and air station jointly with Panama to secure the Panama Canal from Chinese influence. That's something you said, we're taking back the canal. China's had too much influence. Obama and others let them creep in. We, along with Panama, are pushing them out, sir. And so we had a very successful trip there. President Molino, sends his regards, very complimentary of the U.S. as he's a great ally, and I think they want the Communist Chinese out. And with our troops there partnering with their forces, we've got a chance to push them all the way out, sir.
We've moved a lot of troops to Panama and filled up some areas that we used to have, and we didn't have any longer, but we have them now. And I think it's in very good control, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Pete. Very good. Howard?
So, so we've have so many countries to talk to. It is, it's incredible. I think Scott and I, I'm not sure we could ever have enough time in the day to talk to all these countries because they want to talk and they want to talk now, and they have come with offers that they never, ever would have come with, but for the moves that the president has made. Demanding that people treat the United States with respect. We're getting the respect we deserve now, and I think you're going to see historic deals one after the other. And then I'm very excited that within a week and a half, we're going to start with the gold card, and the Trump card is coming out, and we're very excited about that, and that's coming soon. So very excited.
Good. Thank you very much. Good job. Linda?
Well, on a couple of fronts, we have been addressing the issue of anti-Semitism on campuses. There's been some grant funding and contract funding that we've reviewed, and some we've canceled and some we've put on hold, waiting for that while we do an investigation. On the other side of what my responsibilities are and having education go back to the states, we're meeting and talking with governors. I was with, this week, all 50 commissioners of education around the country, and because we also want to provide them with tools and best practices as education does move back to the states. Making great progress, great response from the states, and very positive.
And what about colleges? You're holding back $400 million from Columbia.
From Columbia.
$8 billion from Harvard. Can you imagine the money we pay Harvard? They have a $60 billion fund and we're giving them $8 billion. And we're trying to figure that out. And then they hire de Blasio, the worst mayor in the history of New York. And they hire the woman from Chicago who was a disaster, total disaster. And they pay them massive salaries. And they're supposed to be teaching you government. That's not Harvard. That's not Harvard the way it used to be. So, do you have anything to say about that? The dollars you're holding back from quite a few universities that were not behaving.
Yeah, and the other, there's some Princeton, Cornell, others that are coming in, and actually getting calls now from the presidents of the universities who really do want to come in and sit down and have discussions. And so we're investigating them, but in the meantime, we're holding back the grant and the fund money.
Great job. Thank you.
Very thankful for the House voting for the President's budget resolution along with the Senate bill. Made a ton of progress this week in working with members to ensure that a desire for flexibility in the Senate was not misconstrued as a desire not to slow and do spending reforms. And so we're very thankful for that. And now we can get after writing that bill, getting the President as big a package of his agenda to his desk. So very good week.
Good. That's right. We just got the House vote, and now we're well on our way to getting, as we call it, the great big beautiful bill. It's a beauty. There's never been a bill like this one. We're trying to get it all into one beautiful bill. It's tax cuts, regulation cuts, and many other things. The border, a lot of money for the border. Where you're doing a fantastic job. So, but we just got a report that we, as you know, you knew before us. Were you surprised we got the vote? Got the vote. And we're happy to get the vote. So I think we're going to be in very good shape. Okay, please.
Mr. President, last year the Chinese received 1,700 orders for new ships. American shipyards received 5. Under your leadership, like so many other industries, we are going to revitalize and make shipbuilding and maritime great again with these blue-collar jobs. These are the cranes, the ports, opportunity zones, and drive that investment back in. And we have, under that executive order, and also one to streamline foreign military sales for people that want to buy our equipment, and of course acquisition reform, all just this week under your leadership, Mr. President.
So we're going to be rebuilding our shipbuilding business. We may order, would have to go to Congress for this, but we may buy some ships from other countries that we're close to and that do great jobs with ships, but we're going to start the process of rebuilding. We don't really essentially build ships anymore, which is ridiculous. It's going to be a very big business for us in the not too distant future, but in the meantime, we have countries that do very well at building ships, and we'll be dealing with those countries, and we may be ordering top-of-the-line ships from those countries. And within a fairly short period of time, we'll be building our own ships. So we'll probably have to go to Congress for that, but we're not going to have a problem. Susie, thank you very much for the job you've done. Go ahead, please.
I just want to make sure you know that this cabinet, I think, pretty uniquely collaborates and cooperates and works together to accomplish all that you've asked them to do, and I think they deserve a lot of credit for that.
It's true. You're doing a great job. The chief of staff, doing a great job. Lee, go ahead.
Mr. President, the Biden EPA was strangulating the economy. The Trump EPA understands it's not a binary choice. We can protect the environment and grow the economy. Working with Doge and Elon Musk, we've now canceled $22 billion worth of grants, and we have launched what is the largest deregulatory action in the history of the country, just in one agency. That's how much of a mess the Biden EPA left us. it is going to end up reducing the cost of living. It's going to create jobs. It's going to make it easier to purchase a car. It will be easier to heat your home. We're proud of this effort. The effort that we have is fulfilling the mandate that you earned from the American public. Clean air, land, and water for all Americans, unleashing energy dominance, permitting reform, advancing cooperative federalism, making America the AI capital of the world, and bringing back American auto jobs. When you called me that day asking for me to take this position, I was honored. And you were very specific and clear in what you wanted us to accomplish. We understand our mission, and at the Trump EPA, we're going to make it proud.
Great job. You're doing a great job. And you have a lot of applications for approvals for power plants, which are going to really power the regular plants, and they're going to be right next to each other because we can't rely on our grid. It's old and it's tired, and it's, you know, very subject to being attacked, whether by rain or by bombs or by anything else. And we're letting people build their own power plants, and these are a lot of them being built with the AI and beyond the AI chips, and we're letting them build their own power, and never been done before, and we're going to get it done quickly and approved quickly. As part of a plant, they'll have a sort of be their own power company, and it's very exciting. They couldn't believe it when I told them that. I said, we're going to get you the approvals very fast. As part of your regular plant, you're going to build electric producing plants, and it's very exciting. And they're able to do it very quickly and very well, and you made it possible. Thank you. You have a lot of applications for some of the biggest plants that have ever been built in the world. These are serious plants, aren't they? Huh?
Approved. We are open for business. Working with Secretary Burgum, Secretary Wright, we are going to make it proud.
Sean?
First off, Mr. President, it's Brooke's birthday today, so she keeps getting younger, so happy birthday to Brooke.
Thank you.
I want to thank you as well for the shipbuilding at EO. Again, to build ships, we also need mariners to sail those ships. I was just up at Kings Point for the Merchant Marine Academy a couple days ago, and we have some of the greatest young men and women who are learning how to be mechanical engineers, to rebuild and fix the engines on those ships, but also how to sail ships. I would tell you that over the past decades, this academy has become, it needs some love. It's been a little bit dilapidated. We have to invest in sailors, and I appreciate you taking the initiative. To be a global power, we have to build ships and have sailors to sail those ships. These are the very people that help Pete should we come into points of crisis to support the military. So thank you for that. Number two, the last administration announced 3,200 projects, big, beautiful roads and bridges. Most of them are good. But they announced them, they didn't sign a grant agreement. 3,200, so the money doesn't go out the door to build the infrastructure in the country. And it's fun to do an announcement. It's actually the harder work to put together these grant agreements. So we're doing the work right now at DOT to get these grant agreements done and build the projects. Most of them are good. And they also put in all of this green and social justice requirements on roads and bridges. We're pulling all that out and putting the money toward the infrastructure, not the social movement from the last administration.
Good steel, right, as opposed to green paper mache. Good, thanks. Great job.
Sir, first, we are, I would say, more than friends. We've all become family, and I think that what you have assembled in your vision is a turning point and an inflection point in American history. And so just being a part of that is the greatest honor. So thank you for that. And again, just the relationships here and the honor and respect we have for each other is a reflection of you and your leadership. So I just wanted to say that first. The second thing I want to say is that on behalf of the farmers and ranchers, food security is national security. We have to be able to feed ourselves. And your idea of using tariffs along with deregulation and tax cuts, but your idea of using tariffs to ensure that we are putting forward and putting America first, no one understands that better than our farmers and our ranchers. But having said that, emerging from 4 years of Biden with a 30% increase in inputs for our farmers and ranchers, with an almost $50 billion trade deficit. When we left the first time, it was zero, meaning that they are hurting. So the period of uncertainty we're in, they know that your vision will move us into an age of prosperity for all Americans, but for my people, for the farmers and ranchers, unlike any they have seen before. And I think they are really, really excited and so grateful for your leadership. But also, you have never failed to say that you have the backs of our farmers and our ranchers. It was the first phone call that I had after I was voted with the Senate, and that message just resonates with an almost an 85% support of you in the last election. They're with you. Interestingly, the biggest budget driver at the United States Department of Agriculture is not farming and ranching or agriculture, it's food stamps. And so as we emerge and embark, Secretary Kennedy and I, on your vision of making America healthy again, a massive part of that is realigning and reworking our food stamp program so that it better serves those who need it. And yeah, to the point of getting the transgender, DEI, Green New Deal out of the USDA and realigning is really important. So
It's out of the
thank
military,
you.
right?
Yes, sir.
Is it 100% out, would you say?
99.9, sir. I'm going to get that last point
Get the
more out.
rest of it.
But thank you, sir.
We've got a much different military, I will tell you. Thanks very much. Good job. And eggs are down.
Eggs are
Big,
down.
right?
Yes,
Big.
yes, sir. Wholesale prices. Retail will come. Easter is the Super Bowl for eggs. So, you know, there may be a little fluctuation, but no, we feel really good about it. Thank you.
That's what I hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. I'd echo what Howard said on the trade queue, that we've got over 75 countries that want to come in. So it'll be Treasury, Commerce, Jameson at USTR, and we're putting a process in place. And as you said, you're going to be part of the negotiations too, because you know I've had these countries call me up and Secretary Bessent, we're happy you're going to be negotiating. I said, well, President Trump's going to be involved too.
Every
So
detail.
bring your best deal on the budget. It's moving quickly in the House and the Senate, thanks to your leadership. We're also going to have debt ceiling in there, so we're going to get an increase in the debt ceiling. So, and that will be the done and dusted for
Part of the bill that we just got to vote on today. So
part of the bill. It'll be done and dusted for 2 years. We won't have to worry about that. And then I gave a speech yesterday to 1,400 small and community bankers, and they were so happy to hear from your administration. And I told them Wall Street's done great for the past 4 years, 10 years, 20 years. It can continue doing great, but it's Main Street's turn now, and it's those small bankers through deregulation, through emphasis on Main Street, your Main Street agenda, bringing back jobs, that is going to power the smaller communities. And then finally, the bond auction went very well yesterday. We had a lot of foreigners show up as the support, showing that the U.S. is still the best place to invest. The inflation report, as you said, was quite good. And energy prices are down more than 20% since January 20th.
Amazing.
that's great. Very good numbers.
Great number.
Thank you. Now?
President, we've had some great wins in the last few days. That you were overwhelmingly elected by the biggest majority. The U.S. Americans want you to be president because of your agenda, and the courts are ruling that you have the authority to determine how the money of this country will be spent. That's what the American citizens wanted, and that's what they're getting. An example of that Friday was the Department of Education, that you can determine how the money will be spent. No more DEI. And that impacts every agency across the board. On the civil side again, NLRB, we had a big win in the Supreme Court there. OPM, a big win there. But also 16,000 workers there. But also on the criminal side, the Alien Enemies Act. We are winning there. And your directive to me was to keep America safe, and that's what we're doing. Whether it's the alien enemies, all of these gangs, and they are enemies of our country. They are terrorists, they are organized crime, they have come here, they are extremely organized, they are spread throughout our country, and they are creating terror. And no more under your directive. And that is stopped. Yesterday in South Florida, we charged 11 defendants with $500 million of pure cocaine coming into our country to kill our kids. They were caught. They will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. These gang members are going back to where they came, or they're going to an El Salvador prison at your directive. And, you know, you also gave us a directive to prosecute the people who are going after Tesla to the fullest extent of the law, some of the greatest police work I've seen. We've made 4 arrests. There will be no negotiations at your directive. They're all looking at 20 years in prison, and within the next 24 hours, you're going to be seeing another huge arrest on a Tesla dealership, President. And that person will be looking at least 20 years in prison with no negotiations.
That's great. That's great. That will stop it cold.
Domestic terrorism.
Thanks. Doing a great job, too. Thank you very much. Lori, please.
Mr. President, accountability matters. That's what we're recognizing. With our partners at the Department of Labor for Government Efficiency, just a few weeks ago, we realized there's about $4.4 billion in COVID funds that were not used, that the state coffers were just holding on to. Out of that, we've returned $1.4 billion back to the state treasury, so essentially to the American people, and we'll go back and claw the rest of those billions of dollars back. And on the heels of that, late last night, we're understanding unemployment insurance fraud. That trust needs to be whole for the American people. When we need it for who deserves it. That's not what we're seeing in the numbers that we saw last night, again, exposed by our partners at DOJ at the Department of Labor. Since 2020, over $400 million of payments have gone out already. And when you hear these numbers, apparently in the United States, we have over almost 25,000 people who are over 115 years old who are collecting $59 million that we have sent out to people. Talk about fraudulent behavior. Mr. President, 28,000 people between 1 and 5 years old have collected fraudulent payments at the tune of $254 million has gone out. And lastly, 10,000 people who have not been born yet, 15 years into the future, $69 million, and they haven't even been born yet. In one case, they will be born 129 years from now. The United States government sent them $41,000, and they're not born yet. So, under the Department of Labor, those are the things that we're uncovering. I couldn't be more honored to tell the American people that we're bringing back their dollars and we're saving them and returning them to the United States Treasury. Also, jobs numbers. Last Friday, 228,000 new jobs were reported. That is good for the American people. That is my primary job, is to grow that workforce under your leadership. So we've kicked off the America at Work tour, and we'll be visiting all 50 states, and I'll be working with my colleagues here to do just that. So thank you, Mr. President. We're going to grow this economy. We're going to keep our focus on the American worker.
So you're finding tremendous fraud, though. Those numbers are really bad when you're
Unheard of.
over 115 years old. And I think you had mentioned the oldest person in our country is 114 years old.
Reported.
That's pretty good.
A woman living in Pennsylvania, but apparently there's 24,000 more of them that are 115 or older that we're
I hope you
getting
hear
access
that.
to.
So we have 24,000 older than the oldest person.
Definitely good.
That's terrible. And what are we doing about that? How do we get that money back?
Yeah, so we're working with our IGs to do that further investigation. The House and Senate, we had a 5-year statute of limitations. We've got an extension on that, another 5 years. And so the goal, in my opinion, we should never have a statute of limitations to return the American dollars back to the Treasury when there's fraud. But at this point, we will continue to work hard and double down and return those dollars to the Treasury.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. Christie?
Well, Mr. President, thank you for your leadership at the border. For the second month in a row, you have broken the record in the history of the nation for the lowest number of encounters at the border, which is absolutely remarkable. You have said that America's laws matter and that they'll be enforced, and we're hard at work now to get people to go back home that are here illegally. So the Alien Registration Act has been in place long enough now that those individuals that are here illegally, if they haven't registered, then they can be charged criminally, and they can face fines up to $1,000 a day
and face deportation if they don't go home, and they'll never get the chance to come back to America. So we're encouraging people to use the CBP Home app to register, and we're working on the resources and funding to buy them a plane ticket to send them home. I went to El Salvador, Colombia, and Mexico, and those countries and others are thinking about setting up programs to support these individuals when they get back to their countries. So when they get there, they'll have housing and food assistance, and so making sure that these folks have the opportunity to go home so that they can get the chance to come back to America is important. And
So it's a very big self-deport operation that we're starting.
thousands of people have already
Yeah.
self-deported. Well, we're just going to, when you had 21 million people that need to go home because they're here breaking our laws, then we need to facilitate that. And I've been working with the governors a lot lately on several different issues. One of them has been on FEMA for recommendations on how to do exactly what you've directed us to do. And then also I sent a letter and communicated with them that they need to be setting up a SCIF. Some of our governors don't have secure facilities to have national security issues. I think one of the jobs Homeland Security has is to give communication down to states, to local cities and communities. And so recommending they get a SCIF, they have secure comms with them at all times or nearby so that they can have national security conversations, and then to have somebody in their office designated that is their communications person. A lot of them have emergency management officers, but they don't necessarily have somebody designated when it comes to a national security issue that we may need to communicate with them on. And I think American people need to know that Real ID will be required to travel on May 7th. So those governors have been notified to communicate that at home. We don't want anybody to get delayed and not be able to travel when they get to an airport. And this will also help us bring integrity back to all of our IDs and how they're used for issuing driver's licenses. And governors know how I feel about making sure their driver's licensing system has integrity, because a lot of people use their driver's license to vote. And the backbone of our country and the foundation is election integrity. So we're giving all those directions to our governors and communicating that so they can lead on it as well.
And we're going to work with people so that if they go out in a nice way and go back to their country, we're going to work with them right from the beginning on trying to get them back in legally. Is that right?
A chance to come back.
So it gives you real incentive. Otherwise, they'd never come back. They'll never be allowed once a certain period of time goes by, which is probably going to be 60 days. We're also going to work with farmers that if they have strong recommendations for their farms for certain people, we're going to let them stay in for a while and work with the farmers and then come back and go through a legal process. But we have to take care of our farmers and hotels and various places where they need the people. And we're going to be working with you very carefully on that. So a farmer will come in with a letter concerning certain people saying they're great, they're working hard. We're going to slow it down a little bit for them, and then we're going to ultimately bring them back. They'll go out, they're going to come back as legal workers. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Which I think will be I think it's very important to do. Okay, thank you very much. Great job. Jameson, I watched you testify for the last couple of days. You're on every night at 3 o'clock in the morning. And you did great. You were fantastic. Thank you very much.
It's just what I like to do for fun, sir. You've been keeping us very busy. Last week, you started a reordering of international trade, something that hasn't happened for 80 years, something that should have happened decades ago. And you know that. You've known that for a long time. That's why you have us all working on this. You came into an emergency situation where President Biden left us with a $1.2 trillion trade deficit. It's the largest of any country in human history, the largest. So you declared an emergency, you took action.
You would say the largest in history, right?
In history.
There's never been anything like what he left us. He left us a mess. His whole administration was a mess. So go ahead.
So you declared an emergency, you imposed a trade action, so now you have a tariff on the world, it promotes U.S. manufacturing, it protects U.S. workers, and you've also given room for negotiation during this time so we can open export markets for our farmers and other producers and American workers. And this is why the unions vote for you, this is why the workers vote for you, this is why the families want you to be the president, because you're standing up for American workers and American communities. We've had countries come in over the past couple of weeks that represent more than half of global domestic GDP, more than half. That's who's coming in to talk to you and to your advisors about how to have reciprocal trade, how to have fair trade. Wouldn't have happened without you.
Thank you very much. Great job. Lovely lot.
Well, thanks to your fantastic leadership, this amazing cabinet, and the very talented Doge team, I'm excited to announce that we anticipate savings in FY26 from reduction of waste and fraud by $150 billion. And I mean, and some of it is just absurd, like people getting unemployment insurance who haven't been born yet. I mean, I think anyone can appreciate whether, I mean, come on, that's just crazy. You know, some of these things, people ask me like, well, how are you going to find waste and fraud in the government? I'm like, well, actually just go in any direction. That's how you find it. It's very common. it's, as the military would say, target-rich environment. So I think we're doing a lot of good in excellent collaboration with the cabinet to achieve these savings. And it will actually result in better services for the American people, and that we're going to be spending their tax dollars in a way that is sensible and fair and good.
And your people are fantastic. In fact, hopefully they'll stay around for the long haul. We'd like to keep as many as we can. They're great, smart, sharp, right? Finding things that nobody would have thought of. Very computer savvy.
Yeah. We're working with hard to get the Trump Gold Card operational, hopefully in the next week or so.
That'll be great. That'll be very exciting. It's
Really exciting.
That's a pathway to citizenship into the United States.
It's a big deal.
Yep, it's a big deal. Thank you very much. Great job you're doing.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to your leadership and setting the mandate of transparency and accountability across the U.S. government. I'm bringing that transparency and accountability to the intelligence community, first and foremost, to make sure that you and your cabinet have that real-time, relevant, apolitical, objective intelligence to best inform, whether it's negotiations for peace, negotiations around tariffs, the great work that you are leading around the cabinet today. Secondly, working with Department of Homeland Security and the FBI to increase our information sharing to achieve your goal of countering the narcotic trafficking and our ability to go after cartels now designated as foreign terrorists. I met with the National Sheriff's Association this week, being able to work to make sure that the information that they are getting on the ground, that local law enforcement is getting on the ground, is being fed back up through to our National Counterterrorism Center, and that we have all of the federal agencies, state and local law enforcement, all on the same page as we are working to make our country safe again. And lastly, sir, as you know, declassification and rooting out weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community is a huge priority. You know more than anyone else the very dangerous and negative consequences of that. I've got a long list of things that we're investigating. We have the best of the best going after this. Election integrity being one of them. We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers for a very long time and vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast, which further drives forward your mandate to bring about paper ballots across the country so that voters can have faith in the integrity of our elections. And lastly, we've been scanning. I've had over 100 people working around the clock to scan the paper around RFK, Senator Robert F. Kennedy's assassination, as well as Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination. These have been sitting in boxes in storage for decades. They have never been scanned or seen before. We'll have those ready to release here within the next few days.
That's great. Bobby, how do you feel about that? That's hitting,
I'm very
that's
gratified
hitting close,
to hear.
That's hitting close to home, isn't it? Huh? When you think, I'm thinking about Bobby when that statement's made.
I'm very grateful to you, Mr. President.
Good. And you'll let Bobby see some of this because, you know, it's very personal stuff. But it's time.
I've asked him, and his response is, put it out. The world needs to know the truth.
And his uncle that's been out, and anything that hasn't been out, they can go to your offices and see, right?
Everything that we have within our possession, it's either online or it's physically at the National Archives and Records Agency. We also have hunters going out, Mr. President, and looking in the storage lockers at FBI and CIA and other agencies, specifically to find if there is anything else that has not been reported. We're actively going out and trying to search out the truth.
Okay. Yeah, we want to get it all out.
Yes.
100%. Good. Thank you very much. Good job, guys.
Mr. President, on behalf of America's manufacturers, I want to thank you for standing up to the Chinese Communist Party and fighting for our main streets, for our workers, and for those that make things in America. I'm out on a Made in America manufacturing tour, and as I go across the country, people are grateful to have a president who's not just fighting on the tariffs fronts, but to get inflation down, to create jobs. After Biden destroyed 110,000 manufacturing jobs in just his last year, you've already brought back thousands and thousands of manufacturing jobs. So the American worker is grateful. Main Street is grateful for you. And at the agency level, we're making sure that manufacturers have access to the capital they need, but we can't do that if we're not fighting fraud. So we've modified our loan applications to have citizenship verification, to make sure we have birth dates, common sense principles around lending that the Biden administration had waived. They waived $450 million of fees in 1 year. We're restoring that for the American taxpayer. And the American taxpayer, as tax day approaches, April 15th, they need to know that this cabinet, this administration, and thank you Elon Musk and Doge for fighting for the American taxpayer to make sure that their hard-earned dollars are well spent, that they have a return on investment for this country, and that we're fighting for them just as you are every single day. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, we are working at HHS to advance your agenda to make America healthy again. I'm working with Lee Zeldin to reassess the fluoride rules based upon the August release by the National Toxicity Program of new science that shows a direct inverse correlation between exposure to fluoride and IQ loss, particularly in children. Lee and I were in Utah this week, to announce that Utah became the first state in the country to ban supplemental fluoride. I'm working with Brooke on, and governors now in 24 states who are advancing MAHA legislation to get soda pops off of the food stamp program, off the SNAP program. We've launched Operation Stork Speed to get the bad chemicals out of baby formula. We're working with governors across the country to get good food into the school lunch programs and to get rid of food chemical dyes and other bad chemicals that are in our food. We've shown now that this directly affects academic performance, violence in the schools, and mental health, as well as physical health. We are working with governors across the country to get cell-to-cell or bell-to-bell legislation to restrict the use of cell phones in schools, which again dramatically impacts academic performance. Today we announced a dramatic reduction in animal testing at NIH and FDA. We're going to switch over to AI, which we've now found is much more precise in identifying the impacts of toxics in various products. We're working with Elon, who's done an incredible job to eliminate the redundancies and to streamline operations at all the health agencies and to recalibrate our trajectory to your agenda of making America healthy again. And finally, the CDC has done an amazing job at getting the measles outbreak under control. We have about 680 cases now in 22 states, compared to the same outbreak in Europe, which is 127,000 cases and 37 deaths. Our numbers in this country have now plateaued. And I want to thank CDC for that. And we're trying to refocus the press. We've had 3 measles deaths in this country over 20 years. And we're trying to refocus the press to get them to pay attention to the chronic disease epidemic as you've asked us to. We have now 38% of American youth are pre-diabetic. This was unknown 30 years ago. Every child that becomes diabetic, there should be a headline about them. We have 100 million adults who are pre-diabetic or diabetic. And we have, we have now, the autism rates have gone from now, most recent numbers we think are going to be about 1 in 31, 1 in 12, so they're going up again from 1 in 10,000 when I was a kid. And we are going, at your direction, we are going to know by September. We've launched a massive testing and research effort that's going to involve hundreds of scientists from around the world. By September, we will know what has caused the autism epidemic, and we'll be able to eliminate those exposures.
So big. Think of that. So it was 1 in 10,000 children had autism, and now it's 1 in 31. Not 31,000, 31. That's a horrible statistic, isn't it? And there's got to be something artificial out there that's doing this. So you think you're going to have a pretty good idea, huh?
We will know by September.
There will be no bigger news conference than that. So that's it. If you can come up with that answer where you stop taking something, you stop eating something, or maybe it's a shot, but something's causing it. It can't be from 10,000 to. Can you imagine that, Markup? That's a big number. Thank you very much. You're doing great. Thank you, Bobby.